I'll start the stream with a questionable caffeinated beverage.
Totally not sponsored.
Yes.
Never sponsored, but it's always there. Just like Ilirata, man, that guy. He might not be the most enthusiastic guy, but he's always there. And hey, my audio works. Perfect. Perfect audio's good. Welcome, folks. Welcome, players. Welcome, bosses. Cannon fodder. Regular fodder. Heroes, villains alike. Session 30, Dirty 30 of Rodinia, Season 1. What a time to be alive. What a time to be undead. What a time to be a hero of Rodinia. And hello, and welcome back for another session of Rodinia, where you can pick your NPC friends, but you can't pick their split personalities. I'll be your host, TwoHands, the man, the myth, the legend. But before we begin our grand adventure, whom do I have the pleasure of playing with today?
Hello everyone, good evening. I go by Aludriea Luna, and little did you know, this is actually going to be a Valentine's Day special from your favorite Wizard of Darkness. Amazon's looking to put the romance in Necromancer tonight.
No!
Hate it here.
Stay tuned.
Oh,
It's
jeez.
positively enchanting.
I am Joe. I will be playing your friendly neighborhood telekinetic, Bori Krios.
Yeah.
Very friendly,
and
very
hello.
neighborly.
Very neighborly. Hello everyone, I'm Sharkbait. I'm gonna be playing Echo, the Fey Blood Ranger, who is very alive and very breathing right now, which is good. We love to see it.
The best way to be.
Yeah. So true.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Who do we want put up for the recap? Whose face do you want to see?
Edgy Orin.
Edgy Orin? I
Yeah,
can do
let's
Edgy
do Edgy Orin.
Listen. While Bori might always be on your mind, and Echo smells of romance and desire, everybody knows that
Edgy Orin. Oh no, he saw it!
Exactly. I'm not gonna stop with the terrible jokes, by the way. This is gonna be all. I need to get my fix somehow, okay? I didn't make dumb Valentine's Day cards because I ran out of time.
This is a special episode, dang.
Though, I do have a terrible Valentine's Day card if y'all want to see it.
I do.
Let's see if I can get this on camera.
Oh,
Nope.
there's a mouse! I saw the mouse for a split second.
It says roses are red, violets are blue. I get happy whenever I look at you. It's a little mouse with a rose in its mouth.
Oh, no.
He's just the cutest little buddy.
I love him.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, my wife is cackling. That's alright. Let me close this door.
That means we're gonna be safe.
She's having fun. That's all that matters.
Safe doesn't sound very fun to me.
You're right.
It was a quiet, snowy morning at the Splinter Shaft estate. Bori, somber and full of regret, made breakfast, but the trembling in his hands would not abate. Two Fae next door share a room, but not a bed. One of them wondering that night what was left said. Tensions were high, and our heroes were spent, exhausted by the morality of sparing Darkblades, who by blood promised no more dissent. Orin asked about Echo's conversation with the Mind Witch, the two giving each other space, tension filling the gap between them. Orin went out for breakfast, politely declining the meal made by Bori. Echo confessed to Anvisal and Bori the truth that Jamin the Mind Witch showed them that night. That Echo killed Neotra Ciota to save Orin and fulfill her dying request. He wanted to tell Orin, but had second thoughts about doing so before the battle. Anvizal called it big death flag trope energy. Iwi pushed Echo to reach out to Eridark, but Echo was afraid if he said the wrong thing, maybe Eridark would take his memories again. Iwi said he'd been thinking, they won't let that happen. Bori agreed and admitted that Malak Ha-Mavet and him spent the entire night enforcing the ultimatum given yesterday, slaying those who did not surrender with the blood of the Lamb. But the party disagreed on the path to take with the remaining Darkblades, struggling between assured destruction of those who might threaten them in the future, and the uncertainty of sparing them after ensuring their survival if they surrendered. A portal appeared in their midst, and two familiar faces came out. Eridark Woodlight and Calcut Splintershaft. The Storm Crows braced for the unknown. Anvizal flipped the coffee table, sending Iwi's cool Jenga city tumbling into space. No! The reunion was warm-hearted, but bittersweet, as Calcut overlooked the smoldering city covered in snow. A tenuous confrontation unfolded. Bori spoke up for Echo, chastising the Fae for his secrecy, and Echo joined, asking to know the truth once and for all, given everything that's at stake. Eridark conceded, sitting down with Echo in private, Anvizal and Calcut disappearing behind locked doors. Echo lamented that he only knew bits and pieces, and can't judge Eridark because he didn't remember the whole story. Eridark conceded and explained that Orin is a Fae who is fated to become the king of a unified Seelie and Unseelie court. His fate is part of a culmination of eons-old planning between Neotra Ciota and the Raven Queen, a plan of last resort in case one of them was ever in danger, killed, or sealed away. He explained he saw Neotra Ciota die during childbirth after a Seelie assassination attempt mortally wounded her. The other members of the High Unseelie court were killed, but Neotra Ciota escaped to the material realm, where she gave birth to Orin before dying. Orin was raised by Eridark Woodlight, who was destined by blood to be the protector of Orin, who was fated to fulfill a prophecy and unite the courts. But Eridark's conviction wavered when it was not him who saved Orin, but Eridark's son, Echo. Echo found Neotra while dying and saved Orin as her last mortal wish by cutting him out of her while she was still alive, since she did not have the strength to deliver him. Eridark explained that he arrived too late, and realized that no fate other than the child Echo being his own blood could have brought them here. Echo's fate was intertwined with Orin at that point, assuming the role of protector as part of this prophecy. This curse of the protector. This curse was meant for Eridark, and it was a price he was already willing to bear, coming from a long line of Fae dedicated to this, protecting this promised day. Eridark sensed the portal Neotra arrived through had weakened the boundary between the material world and the spirit continuum, and used his last relic from the long-gone Runewalker Arklok Bloodfang to grab Neotra's soul before it could ascend to the spirit continuum. He only had the power at the time to bind it to the closest thing he had on him, a deck of cards. He has since given this deck of cards to Echo and told him to keep it safe. As long as Neotra Ciota's soul lives on in that deck of cards, Orin will not become a king, beginning the fulfillment of the prophecy. However, when Orin was 12, he ran away from Eridark's protection and his identity was discovered, and an assassination attempt was made on him. Orin remembers getting away and returning to Everydark. However, what really happened was that the assassination attempt wounded Orin physically and emotionally. His trust shattered, his mind vulnerable. Thus awoke his true inner self, the fated king. After returning to Everydark from the would-be assassination, baying for revenge against Everydark, who he felt had kept him locked away, Everydark was nearly killed, but barely managed to subdue him, placing spiritual seals around his body and instructing Orin not to remove them once he reverted. Echo shared these revelations with Bori in the garden, and that they might need to raise an archfey, and that perhaps this king the prophecy speaks of could be this other Orin. However, the stakes of these assumptions were too high, and at the mention of Rays, Anvisol popped out, brimming with confidence in a loose-fitting Atreus tank top, the words Big Daddy stamped across its loose folds. As Echo led Oberon back from his breakfast of spicy-ass skewers to their room, signaling Anvisol and Bori to follow, just in case things went south. Orin was quiet for a while, asking for some time to meditate over recent events and closing his eyes. When he opened them again, he was someone else. Someone darker. This other has been inside Orin this whole time, watching, unable to interact. He knew that Echo is bound to him under the curse of the Protector, feeling betrayed by Everydark that he chose to help his son escape this fate by sealing Oberon away forever. Echo asked who this other Orin was. A single word left his lips as his eyes faded from the glowing green back to their cool blue. Oberon. Orin did not recall such facts, and was unaware of these events as Echo explained them. Despite his caution, Echo said he would protect Orin with his life, prophecy or not. Orin asked him, "Till death do us part." Echo smiled, but did not answer. Gathering back at the war room, Jammin, the Priarch, and Mogra Bloodfang were leading the efforts at organizing forces and making battle plans for the coming war against chaos. The Storm Crows and the leaders of Calgully came together in a tentative agreement to spare the surviving Darkblades and to raise their dead to defend Calgully. Jammin spoke one word, Caladun. Anvisol yelled, "Put him in!" and put his staff forward. Bori put in his hammer. Echo, Buster Call. Calcut, her Bloodfang and Sakura blade. Orin, the handle of his spear, now turned into a blade whip by a magical silk thread. Huzzah! After the cheer, Fennec asked to see the ring, which was beautiful. As he mentioned, "I love weddings." A storm approached on the horizon, enormous, fierce, deadly. Mogra asked Anvisol, "What's the plan?" And so we resume. Well, give me just a darn minute. And we go back to the war room.
Back to the beginning.
Ah, yes.
Lo,
Lord.
do I see my...
Bro, where is the war room? Oh, there it is. Oh, there's the war room. Look at them. They're so warring-like.
They're so ready.
So... Questions. Fennec chimes in.
Oh my.
So... And he just taps his little fox-like demon fingers on this big box that's about 5 feet long, 2 feet long, and about 1.5 feet wide. and he's holding it with both arms. It looks heavy.
So what do you got there?
Is it what we think it is?
A dowry for the bride and the groom, possibly. A gift for the storm crows, maybe. A surefire way to bring untold destruction to a single target as ordered, perhaps. And soon, if your folly with the Prince of Frost and Darkness bodes well, you will have the beginning of the relics needed to power such a metal beast. And he just kind of holds the box over the war table, and he drops it from 2 feet, onto the table.
Nice.
And you can see the dust on the table launch up in the air.
Oh yes.
It was a heavy box.
It's a metal box, and there are 2 latches on it.
See, Fennec's
The
been eating his
question is-
Wheaties.
Who gets there first? He's
Yeah. He
my
does
guy.
still have demon blood coursing through his veins. That's, I mean, Anvizal would definitely be going for it.
Let me put
Not
it
to
this way:
see
he's
him go
not
eager,
going for it, 'cause
but he is.
I'm
I
kind of
think
thinking
all
of
of
an
us.
initiative roll off just to see who hits it first.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
Hang on.
going. Fight.
All right. Whoever's jumping for it, see who.
Come on, Anvizal. You fail me now.
Oh, Bori,
He really wants
please.
that box.
When he moves, he moves.
Oh, Bori.
I bet Anvizal's robe flutters in front of Bori, and he's like, "Oh,
It's those broad shoulders on Jammin. He just can't get around him.
oh yeah."
Mhm.
So true.
Echo, you
Echo,
going
you
for
going
it?
for it?
Echo's just gonna be looking around.
Okay.
He'll let Amazol take this one, but he is definitely looking like
That's good, because Anvizal is here.
Yeah.
Amazol launched himself over the table.
Amazol was a little quick.
He's
Very
fast.
quick.
a little quick.
Tank top in the wind. No?
So you open this box. Let me clear the turn order here. That was silly. You open this
It's
box,
pretty
and
silly.
you're the first, dude. You just fly there. Your inner hobgoblin, you're beginning to believe. And you open this thing, and there's some type of fine hay padding that's been packaged in cloth,
Nice.
holding this metal behemoth of a crossbow with no bowstring on it, and it's big, and
So, unbeknownst to
it's made
Anvizal,
of
a
metal.
gun.
a gun with 3 little slots on top that look like exactly where these relics will go, perfectly sized to fit one of the cylinder that the ring lives in.
Beautiful.
Epilogue.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah, baby.
There
Okay.
she is.
So, this thing's probably pretty big, right?
It's ridiculously large.
Nice. That's what I like to hear. I'm not
So-
saying we're gonna, this is gonna be the main weapon for the mech we're gonna pilot, but we need it.
Well, didn't we commission this thing to be one-time use?
This is a one-shot wonder. And you have no
Mhm.
idea what it does.
Mhm.
You see,
Yeah.
I still feel like we should fire it from the mech, and then all you gotta do is just turn around, grab it by the barrel, and you get... No.
So the question is, what do you do with it? Do you want to check it out, inspect it, try to lift it?
I'm absolutely
don't
gonna...
touch
I'm
it at
definitely not
all.
gonna try and lift it, but I am going to inspect it.
I mean, Amazol, you do have experience with those utensils.
Mhm.
I feel like you're really stretching the parallels there.
Hey, Anvo.
I've seen you lift. You know what, Amazon? You know what? I'll
Give it
the
I'll
old
go for
college
it.
try.
So that'll be
Yeah.
the first thing Amazon does. He'll wrap his hands under it and he'll do the little can I lift Thor's hammer? He's not lifting hard enough to throw his back out this early in the game, but he's gonna give it a good tug. What do you what would you like me to roll?
So first roll a strength check or an athletics.
Yep, I'll do that. A
Okay.
10, which is not bad for
So
Amazon.
the gun doesn't budge. So
I
just
wouldn't think so.
Mhm.
now roll me an Arcana check as you touch the grip.
I would much happier. I rolled a 6. Incredible. 15.
Yeah, so with the 15, the gun actually comes to life, and you see this iridescent blue and green light just begin to cast from some small parts on this gun, and the whole thing comes to life. And as you grip the grip and you kind of put your hand around it, even though you couldn't move it at first, all of a sudden, the little brown cylinders at the front all flare to life, and the gun becomes lighter, and you hear the staccato sound of as little jets begin to fire sequentially from the bottom of this gun, making it almost weightless as you're able to pick it up and move it around, with the jet stabilizing it at the front.
Amazon's
making
gonna
this
pretend like
thrumming
he's just
sound.
lifting this. Ugh, yeah.
It just
That's
sounds
so
like there's mini explosions coming from like the bottom grip of this gun from the very front. This whole time you're like, yeah, oh yeah, it's heavy.
You boom, 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 boom. Incredible.
so good.
Okay. Ooh, so I guess with that, Ambizol, I mean, it's a pretty intuitive design overall. I'd want to be kind of digging into like what, how sturdily is this built based off of kind of what I know, and what can I kind of understand as to the composition and what the result of using this would be try and be what I figure out.
It's gimbal
Which-
tech, so give me an investigation with advantage.
That's okay, you're right. I know about everything gimbal tech. Good thing it
Whoa.
did. I rolled a 1 and a 6. Come on.
So it's
Well, to
pretty
be fair
easy
though,
tell.
Amazon's literally never held a gun before, so he's just doing his best.
That's fair.
You knock on this thing, and you can tell just by knocking on it, it is made from almost solid metal. And one of the primary ingredients of this was platinum. This gun is mostly platinum, by weight, by mass, and the way that it's built, like the more you're holding onto it and the more that you feel it, you can almost surmise that the gun is over designed and overbuilt for a functional purpose, like it's a giant capacitor or heat
Nice.
sink.
Okay.
Yeah, and an investigation with a 15, you see that there's a little red button on the side of it.
He's not gonna press the red button. He's had things go poorly too many times. He's gonna ask about the red button.
Probably wise, yeah.
You wanna know why? Because he's a goddamn professional.
Fennec just kind of smiles. Oh, yes, the red button. The red button. Oh, that was an additional feature, not in the original blueprint. What does the red button do again?
Explodes, doesn't it?
And he just smiles and points at you.
He's gonna. Evans will look around the table. He's gonna look to every party member. He's like, I swear to God, if any of you press this red button,
See a little bit of purple
red
energy go around Bori's fingers as he acts like he's DKing the button.
congratulations, GM just rolls credits right there. Starts a new game. Entire war room just goes up in flames.
We killed the
Amazon.
Prince of Frost and Darkness.
Yay!
And
Oh my
ourselves.
and this side of the continent. Congratulations. Oh no.
I hope
All
you are
right.
pleased by the design.
I think I see more platinum in this design than the last ruler I served under.
It was a significant investment, but will be profitable for us after the relics have been created and given to the appropriate parties, as agreed.
As
Oh.
agreed.
Can you tell us anything else about its functions based off of the blueprint?
If there's
I
anything
can.
that you could possibly hope to not beat, point this at it, and hope that you don't run into two things.
Okay.
That's about how this works. Other than that,
Well-
it's a mystery even to me. It didn't come with a manual.
Good old Gimbal, da?
There is a person named Gimbal. We don't know him by more than reputation. But yes, good old Gimbal.
Good old Gimbal.
Someone made this blueprint. Gimbal denies it, but we're just gonna go with good old Gimbal.
Good old Gimbal. Bap, bap.
Accidentally hits button.
No!
You guys can if you want.
No, absolutely not.
That button just sucks.
Well, if anything, after everything is said and done, if it doesn't explode after the one shot, it's going to be a very expensive paperweight.
Just hawk it in a flea market. Melt her down.
Don't need this anymore.
Yeah.
Well, that was cool.
Yep. So, just as a reminder from the GM, this is a paperweight until it's got at least one relic in it, and
Yep.
it will be at its truest potential with 3 in it.
Yes.
And with that, what the war room's kind of looking at you guys. Mogra has kind of asked you all about the plan, and at that point, Anvizal, you had flipped through some of those texts like you had mentioned last session.
Yep.
What are we doing?
All right. Amazol will do his best. I don't know, speaker, but he's literally already on the table. He's got this cool gun, so. All right. To those assembled, the Prince of Frost and Darkness should be here in about, and he'll look at Echo, about 3 hours. We need to head him off in the field, otherwise the entire town as we know it will be leveled. That wouldn't really sit right with me, and I appreciate having a home to come home to, so we need to meet him in the field. To all of you who have lived here all your lives, the storm is clearly, he'll like adjust the gun that way. We need favorable terrain. About an hour or 2 out from town, enough time to prepare and start the ritual. Do you know of anything like that?
Vitriol will chime in. Wherever Vitriol is. And what type of terrain are you looking for? What's favorable to us and to you in this endeavor? You know this creature best. If you help us know what type of creature it is, I'm sure we can better answer this question.
When we first saw it, it came in the shape of a man. Like an 11-foot tall man, covered in winter's wrath, but still a man. My understanding is it's likely going to try and use the storm to greatest effect. If you have any type of outpost or know of any lower elevation terrain, something to give us something to buffet the storm. If we're caught out on open field, we're just going, we're all dead.
Yeah.
It's not even a question. We will be destroyed. But if we can bottleneck him, yeah, Echo, please. Turns it over to the ranger.
Preferably somewhere with few loose stones, you know, in the way, things that are like maybe trees that are like rooted into the ground, and not
Avalanche, my beloved.
No.
Not anywhere with stuff that's gonna be easy to pick up.
So there you have it. Highly fortified, lower elevation, a bottleneck to bring him in close, and to snuff out most of the storm.
Badlands.
Fitting name.
He's just thinking.
Tonk, tonk, tonk.
I can think of a few locations. We have some options. Starting from closest, we have the eastern gate of Calgully. It is our most fortified position with a thick wall, and great double doors, and palisades and barricades, and rock. It is a well-fortified position. It is at the edge of the city. We have an option slightly further out, a creek bed that has some boulders around it. I do not know what the state of the creek will be with this cold. Another
Solid.
location.
I'd
Probably
assume.
solid. There is a gully that runs. It could take an hour to get there, possibly. It's a bit of a journey. And that's an hour before snow on the ground. And I can think of a place with weather and time-worn rock formations, high elevation, low elevation, and ruins of an old building, a circular building, and all that remains is the circle on an elevated ground, and I don't know what to call it, low elevation below.
Perks up at that. Actually, that sounds pretty good. How sturdy.
I believe it was... I've been there perhaps once or twice in my comings and goings. It was the foundation of some ancient building. I couldn't tell you what. We'd possibly have time to scout all the locations so you could make a final decision. The furthest one likely has the most cover, the gully. But when it comes to dynamic terrain, the one with the old circular foundation may have some benefits. The creek bed, you won't worry about much debris. It is a relatively flat but controllable battlefield. And then the gate. It is at the city's edge, but it is tall and it is strong. You have excellent sight lines, and you are well fortified. We will pass through it if we head towards the mountains.
What do we need for the ritual? Do we need an open area? Do we need soft ground? What do we need for that?
That's actually a really interesting question. Gosh, I had it in my notes here somewhere. Should just take me a moment to pull it up. I know there were 4 steps.
I'll look for it too. I have it here.
While you all look for that, Bori will ask, I have been wondering one thing. whatever happened to the rest of the Baptistes of the Church of Arson Fire? Perhaps they might be of some assistance here with all of their, well, fire.
Fire. Yeah, literally fire.
It's fire.
Only one remains.
Only one?
Oh
Is that
man.
the...
There is only three.
that- Ah,
What was the response? Oh.
do we know what this individual might be?
Probably taking a long rest.
Don't think I can recall his name, but of course, when I say one remains, I say one remains that can still fight. I believe it was Scanaleon fought beside you, defending the city. He was
and
grievously
he lost his
wounded,
arm.
and much more. Yes, there is still one. They should be at the church. Perhaps.
Sounds like we need to take a visit to the church.
I would like to speak with this individual.
Their assistance in this matter could be pivotal. We don't have many direct dealings with the church, but they have always been, and they survive. And in Calgully, only the strong survive.
Do we know which house they aligned with, if at all?
None, but you will find them, ironically, in the name of that blood family, in the Frostbane family district.
That is ironic.
To each their own. But yes. Now, what of the Hobgoblin forces? While this is not technically our battle, we recognize the importance of the victory on the future of Rodinia, and this seems like the first step in our battle into and against the spirit continuum. We stand ready to fight, but wonder what your opinion on such events are.
If I may. I think we need to keep it close and we need to keep it tight. Only the most elite should be brought with us, and anybody willing to possibly give their lives for the city and their people. Too many would just lead to undue casualties, and we need to save our forces for the fight against chaos. We will lead this vanguard as the storm grows, as we said we would.
Atreus
Looks
and
the
Vitrill are
Dorian.
just kind of like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
they're mulling it over. We will pass these words along to their commanders and their units, and we will let them make the decision for themselves. And once those decisions have been made, you can choose to accept or not accept them.
Nice.
Honor goes a long way in Calgully. And he just gives you a nod.
Nice. Evan's was like, oh, I did it.
Please also let them know that they will get to fight regardless of whether or not they fight the Prince of
Fight
Frost and Dark.
what? Fey blood.
They will get to fight. This is not the end of the battle by any means or by any stretch of the word. So
Will there be more enemies than just the Prince of Frost and Darkness? Are there other matters that we should be worried about in this fight?
we think maybe. Go ahead.
In the fight with the prince, we are not certain if there are going to be any other forces along with him besides the storm. It is possible that there could be ghost spirits, apparitions. The last time we encountered them, there were many things that appeared, ghosts, but some were not exactly hostile. So we do not know if they ally with him or if it is just a break in the veil between worlds.
You happen to have any restless dead that have grudges? I don't know what I might be able to do to hold them back.
But
Be ready.
I think what Echo might be inferring might be the fight within the spirit continuum. There will be certainly fighting within there.
I'm sure that many battles will be fought very soon.
This is a good response. So, like, hold on. What are you not telling me? We fighting?
Well, we're fine. I didn't hear no bell.
Exactly.
I imagine that we should have our citizens take shelter and seek warmth. There are several buildings that we could relocate some of the most vulnerable folk to.
It will get very cold, unlike anything you have ever encountered here.
Then we will begin the evacuations at once. And we will focus our forces for now on defending those locations and holding the city.
With hopes, if the Storm Crows do not come out victorious, the Prince of Frost and Darkness will not attack Calgully. However, we cannot be certain, as we believe his target. And Bori just looks over at Iwi. Is Mr. Iwi over there?
Roll me perception, Joe.
Percepzione. Where is... Okay, apparently I didn't pop out Bori's sheet.
No.
That's an 18 for Bori.
18's pretty good. Iwi's looking pretty pale.
Understandably so.
Hey, Yui, just saying, if we can't do it, buddy, you're next.
Yeah.
Roll me an
Do not
insight,
worry, my
Alu.
Oh, happily. Run. Alright, let's see here. Inside is going to be an 18.
18,
which is
also pretty good.
remarkable.
So he doesn't respond in the way that he looks. He actually sounds pretty ready. Nervous, but ready. But
Dang.
yet he still kind of looks pretty pale.
Okay. You know what? Looks don't always make it the man. So long as he shows up.
His normal blue is, oh yeah, just a few shades lighter.
Look at a little ashy, my friend.
Oh no, we.
Do not worry, we stand with you.
You can just see him just holding onto a cylindrical or a spherical object in his bag.
Yeah.
Hey Sam, what is it, buddy?
And he said he wanted to buy one infinite Robux. And when I saw only to buy one infinite Robux, it only cost $999 million.
Infinite Roblox for $999 million, folks. You heard it.
$999 million. And
Oh,
he was a
affordable.
trainer, so he just gave every single one his friends and his family infinite Robux, and he also got infinite Robux too.
Sammy, sounds like a scam, but it's a cool story.
Mommy, I told Mommy to check code Bane when it tells you how much money it costs to get Robux, and her tell her my thing, and it said $900 million.
That's a lot, Sam.
actually tell the truth.
Hey, buddy, I'm playing with my friends right now. I love you. Can you shut the door? Okay. I'll be able to make you something whenever we take a break, okay? All right, buddy. Okay,
Inflation.
Sam.
Nowadays.
Inflation. Just
Mhm.
and I want it.
Crazy.
And I want it. Ah. It's D&D time. Ask your mother. So yeah, thanks for the aside. Thank you, Sammy. You guys as players, where do you want to go or do next? Or talk to next?
Did we determine what we need for the ritual? Thank you, Alu, for keeping notes. You're the best.
I genuinely have absolutely no idea where it went, but it was 4 steps.
I have 'em.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to initiate the ritual, you will need the names of ancestors, which you've got the Book of Names, so you've got that
Yes.
covered. You will need to draw ancient runes on the battlefield as detailed in the ancient texts that you have. You guys
Perfect.
also had originally proposed to use the runes of sealing, which is also on the table. You could do any combination of those for different effects. And you have to inscribe these runes with the soul stone. Or blood.
Yep.
But with the soul
Okay.
stone. Or both.
Watch this, kid. Nah.
Yeah. And so that does take some time to do, but that's just something that you will need to do wherever it is that you guys plan on doing this
Yeah.
ritual. Excuse me. And at some point, when you activate the ritual, Calcut will need to infuse these runes with her own soul
Her
energy.
life essence.
In addition
And we have to
to
keep
the
her
names
alive.
that are used to inscribe in the runes. Yeah. So, and yes, this seems, in this scenario, it seems like this will need to be done when the prince is close.
Yes.
That's what's going to be tricky. Everything else so far, you guys have what you need to be able to do it ahead of time, given all that you have available to you. And then the final step is the binding of the names. So where Calcut speaks the names of fallen hobgoblins from her lineage, and provides a ritual cast chant. And if she can successfully finish the chant and pass her checks, the ritual will activate. So in-game, mechanically, that's going to be a series of checks that need to occur. And then narratively, I may or may not have a cool chant that Shangri-La Frontier inspired me.
I can't freaking wait.
Yeah.
It was something. I'll share. Listen, I've got a picture that I'll send afterwards, but I'm so here for it.
All right. I'm thinking based off of that, I'm thinking ruins. So they might have like a stone floor, smooth
So,
stone
mean,
floor.
not just the ruins, but it said that there was like this crazy like circle at the ruins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Put it on the
that's
walls.
interesting.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's literally already set up to be a ritual circle, and if it's
guys-
ruins, it means it's held out this long.
Luckily, you guys have time to inspect all the locations and then make that decision, because I don't know if I'm describing each of these locations as well as I can, but
That's fair.
yeah, we'll say don't
Even
get
if
sold
it's
on them until you
not-
see them.
So
Even if
one
it's
thing,
not a ritual circle, it's got stuff like a floor that we could draw on, which seems good.
one also thing that we do have access to that could I don't want to say expedite, but quicken our journeys to those locations. We have our birds, and
Hell yeah, we
their
do.
intended purpose were to get up out of the Underdark. they fulfilled their purpose, and we still have hella juice still in the tank.
That's true. We were very frugal.
Yeah, we were. So depending on who all goes with us, because one can ride on the back of Dominus.
Okay.
What was it? Dominus Rex?
Yeah.
Dominus Prime, maybe.
Dominus
Vesper
Prime,
Wing
that's right.
Prime. Vesper Wing Prime, maybe. I
The
think
Prime
Dominus
and
Prime.
the
I think it's all those
Yep.
together as one name.
It-
Vesper Wing,
yeah.
Dominus Prime, if I recall.
Uh,
Echo can.
But then
fact
we
check
also
that,
have
but-
a fourth ring that we can give to somebody else that doesn't ride
Mogra
with
has
Echo.
the spare currently.
Yes.
Yep.
So-
I think
What could
Calcut
we-
has the 4, right? There was.
Mm,
Oh, you
no,
four
there was.
had. I guess there was only 4, wasn't there? Right.
So congratulations. She does now.
Yeah,
That'll be an interesting one.
You know what? I'll just look her straight in the face and be like, Are you trying to solo the winter boss or are you staying home? Yeah, I didn't think so. Give me the Vesper Wing. You know?
She needs to come too.
She wants to come?
She needs to come.
Okay.
She
Yeah,
needs to
true.
come.
She does.
If
Oh.
you're putting the prince in a magic item, she needs to come.
That's true.
Mm.
Yeah, she does need to be there. Oh, Mogra. All right. So, if we really wanted to speed things up, we don't even have to necessarily like get off of our mounts, but we could all literally just fly to these locations briefly and then reconvene in record-breaking time to give kind of a debrief of each of these locations. Like we each fly out, do our investigation checks, bring back the key points to the party, and then we lock it down where we're going, and we start recruiting as many powerful allies as we can to head out into the field.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
I think we have time for all of us to go survey each location. It's just
Yeah.
It's
We
too long.
also once we pick a location, we can go out there and start getting stuff ready, and then just tell the rest of the people to like tell people where
Yeah.
we're going and be like,
No, I get you.
get there when you get there, you know?
Hmm.
Yeah, I get you. But we gotta
Or
make that
Echo
decision.
can be a taxi.
Could be a taxi. This is true.
Yeah. I'm just thinking. Give me 1 second.
I believe.
I think with after we do our initial like investigations of those places, we should all go, or at least one of us go and try to recruit the final Baptiste for the fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be an incredibly handy ally in that fight,
Hell yeah, brother.
especially with Jericho. Oh God.
Easy there. True though. Okay. So, who wants to survey which location?
I call River.
Oh, okay. I'd be very interested to go to the ruins, as far as Anvasal goes.
Yeah,
That
Amazon's
actu-
magic boy.
That actually works out because I was gonna say Bori investigate the gate.
The gate. You just show up, be like, yes, this is indeed a hobgoblin gate.
Yes. Assuming
Oh,
that was the third option.
Ah, this seems to be made of gate.
Yes.
Oh
Gate.
my, what a gate this is.
Very gate out of 10. Alright.
Just rough math. Looking at how much gas you guys have left over. Excuse me. Not accounting for Vesper Wing Dominus Prime's reserve tank.
Nuts.
You all could fly to the first location together. That would be like the equivalent of like you could cover 3 miles total at like Spoda sprint speed. That would use up all your gas. But that's how much movement that you could use at their sprint speed. You don't have to use up all of that, but I'm just giving you a perspective of like that's about like a quarter of the way towards the farthest destination, to put that in perspective.
Okay.
They're kind of more for like short sprints, but like I mean, they have a lot of fuel. It's just that it's not a lot. It's not enough to cover an hour's
I get
an
you.
hour trip at walking distance.
In that case, do we wanna gamble? Right? Do we wanna try and go off of one of these locations? And as I'll put his perspective out, I'm concerned about the lake, or rather the riverbed. If it freezes over, that doesn't offer us very much favorable ground. And I don't know about you, but I haven't trained to fight on ice. Additionally, the closer we are to the city, the more concerned about spirits I would be. I don't know about you, but where I grew up, a lot of people died in lakes. It's just, it was, I don't know, maybe it's a human thing. But as for the gate, I'm sure it's strong, but we also all remember what happened to Yui's tower. If we're to fight chaos and there is a breach, I'd rather the walls at least stand for when they get here.
Mm.
My vote is we go to the ruins.
And I was thinking the same thing. That might
Yeah.
be our best bet.
I think the
Okay.
ruins are probably the way to go.
Well, we only get to make the trip once. Let's get everybody we need.
Yeah. So you guys will be headed to the ruins.
Hell yeah, bro.
You could use some fuel if you wanted to take a look at the ruins and the gully. It wouldn't be all of it, but I would say that if you wanted to, you could. And you have time to check them all. So how about we see how well you do when you head out, and we'll see if you're ahead of schedule or behind schedule.
Yeah, let's see how long it takes to get some people together.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, we want to.
Gate, riverbed, ruins, gully. All right, from shortest to furthest. So, sounds good.
The Baptiste? Question mark?
We want to talk to Mr. Baptiste.
Okay, we can do some baptisms. Let's take you guys
Hope
to the
not.
Church of Arson Knights.
Baptism by
Have
fire.
you heard the word?
Hey.
Let's take you outside of the war room. It's been snowing. Surprise. Snow happens.
Mm.
The prince has been busy. And Joe, roll me a fate 20.
No. That is a nat 1.
Oh. Um
Roll better. No.
as you guys are filing out of the war room, Iwi stumbles and falls to the floor. And picks himself up and just kind of shakes and he pulls himself together and says that was weird and moves on, and you guys continue your way to the church.
Are you alright, Iwi?
I feel hot. I feel very hot.
You feel hot
Yeah.
in this weather?
Yep.
Or
That's
like
not good.
put his hand to his forehead.
Oh, nice. Roll me a what would you
Medicine.
what do you think that would be to check someone's temperature?
Medicine. Definitely medicine.
Roll me medicine, Joe.
Okay. It's a -2 to the roll,
No.
so it's because my wisdom
What wisdom?
14.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's much better than I was expecting.
His forehead doesn't really feel hot or feel much like anything.
Hmm.
But he is sweating.
No, Iwi.
Interesting. And all right, let's go on.
He says, I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Have a fever or something.
Oh,
Just getting worse.
I don't know.
Bori will TP the both of them. His forehead was fine.
hmm.
Okay. Would it be feasible? Would it be like believable for Echo to have some sort of like natural like bullshit in his little pack that he can be like, here's
Natural
some
bullshit,
sprig
go.
of, some sprig of
Honestly, probably.
something leaf.
Mistletoe. It's
Chew
always
on this.
mistletoe. No,
Yeah,
Mistletoe.
Here's some
Roll me-
healing crystals.
Roll me a survival check to see
Dude,
what you
you're-
found along the way, and if you've got any goodies for Iwi to take.
yeah, I don't know. Your chakras are off, man.
Your chakras, bro. They're out of whack. 19 survival.
Dude, you've got some killer medicinal herbs that you have used in the past and you haven't felt well. And yeah, do you want to give those to Iwi?
Yeah, he'll be like, here, chew on this, I think. I
Cool.
don't know, this helps me.
Roll me a fate 20.
Okay. He's gonna
He's
live.
very eager for these.
9!
Cool.
Oh man, are those painkillers?
So you
No,
give them to him, and he grabs them, but he barely grabs them. He's kind of struggling to
Ooh.
grab them, but he does grab them, and he does begin to consume them, and thanks you profusely.
Oh no.
Good. Great. That seems normal.
Literally just
There you
gotta
go,
stay
Iwi.
alive. Just stay alive, buddy.
I messaged you, GM.
I'm trying. That's what he says.
Uh-oh.
But yeah,
Storm's almost over. Hold out.
let me roll. Let me roll a medicine to see if those help him feel any better. Actually, because that was a pretty good roll. And you found some interesting stuff in the Feywild with that 19 that might help him out.
I
Yeah,
hope so.
surely.
Poor little buddy. Listen, man, he just wants to go hang out.
I
He just
can't
wants
really
to
do
go
it.
home to wife.
I'm gonna roll a wisdom saving throw for Iwi.
Wife.
6, damn. So he eats them, and it seems like it's helping a little, but he just doesn't look like he's feeling well right now. I think it's just nerves. I'm sure I will be fit for battle. I promise.
Okay, we.
Okay, honey. That's what that was. You say so, sweetie.
Don't push yourself.
And Vitriol will pop out, and he points to a very tall building, shortly part way across the city. The Church of the Arson Knights. There is a strange one there, brother. I don't remember. I'm sure he will be available to answer any questions you might have.
Oh yes. We're
We're
very familiar.
very familiar.
And so you all continue, and you get to this grand, opulent building, made of probably more metal than you would expect in a town of Calgary. And this place is pretty pretty poppin' on the inside. Vaulted archways with what do you call those, buttresses and high ceilings, stained glass, lots of gold, just inlaid gold. And let's take you to the Church of the Arson Knights. You guys have never been here before. It's
Wow.
kind of dope in here.
That's kind of dope.
It is straight up inlaid gold, goddamn.
Hey, they know how to party here.
Do they have any money left for partying?
That's a good question.
I don't know if they do.
I wish there was a follow the party button on Roll20 where I could like go to the
Oh,
same
that would be-
page
that
that
would
I
be
just
nice.
take everyone to.
Mhm.
Follow the party, please. Oh my god.
For the love of God.
Oh, wish I could get the whole frame in the stream, but oh, there we go. That's good. That's good. Brother Ew, where are you? About you, Brother Ew. He's sitting there.
Nice.
Brother Ew. He's cleaning, doing his duties. Oh, hey
Hey.
you. How you doing?
Hey, brother O.
Hey, just claps.
Brother
Come
O.
on in. Welcome to the Church of Arson Knights. And there's actually folk that are beginning to pile into this church. It's pretty busy and pretty lively in here. There are folk and clergy men and women who are actually having people go into the deeper like catacombs of the church, and they're taking in not refugees but they're taking in townsfolk, and housing them and protecting them based on the conversations that were had earlier in the war room. So how you been? It's been a while since I've seen you.
Ah, it has been a while. It is good to see you, brother O. It, we see that you are taking in many of the townsfolk. We appreciate it. Some bad things are about to happen. But in lieu of that, we understand that there's one Baptiste that is still alive and kicking and still capable of combat. We're hoping to have a conversation with them. Are they here?
I could probably go get him. I think he mentioned something about the he just snapping his fingers. Oh, what's that called? Oh, I can't remember. Oh, I wrote it down somewhere. You, brother, you.
You, brother O.
Oh, he mentioned something about the fire priests of Herodis the Eternal, the deity that we worshipped. They had received some type of message that might be related to your cause. I'm glad you stopped by. I will go get him.
Thank you, brother O.
And as he disappears, you see someone in Baptiste robes coming from the other direction that he went, with a missing part of the leg from the shin down, bandaged, and missing an arm. And they are on one crutch and are actively refusing help as like random people pass him that are filtering in from the outside. And it's Baptiste Scanaleon. Just sans one arm and a freshly amputated part of his leg. He sees you guys. We meet again.
No,
Well met.
how do you fare?
I'm down, but I'm not out. I hear things are coming. And, well, I'm not dead yet. I will be here. And he just gives you a nod, and he keeps hobbling after this group that's going down the stairs. And
Stay
shortly,
safe. He just says to him as he walks by, "Stay safe."
balances on one leg and throws his crutch up in the air, kind of waves it, and
Yeah.
then keeps on going.
Oh.
And then this bad boy comes out.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Well met.
Yeah, take lead.
Okay. Hello, we are the Stormtrolls. We understand that you are the last well, not surviving, but still combat capable Baptiste of this church. I'm Borikrios. What is your name?
Scanaleon has one small trick left up his sleeve, as do we all. My name is Vadun. Scanaleon and I are in the same order. You all, I know of the name of your group. You helped us quell the chaos that afflicted our own cloth. While recent, those were dark days. These are dark days. I am glad that you have come. And he motions you all to walk over to the altar, where you see a single small burning flame in this bowl. There is no oil in this bowl. It's just a little small
Oh.
burning flame.
Okay. Look at it go.
Eternal flame. Hell yeah.
This is the fire that represents Herodis the Eternal. He is who we praise. We receive our fire blessings from this, who is our patron deity of incineration. Some say he was a hobgoblin who fell into the eternal fires and emerged a different being, but this is ancient past. Lore long forgotten by most. We received a message. We believe it was from them. That events were stirring. That we will have purpose once more, and to summon the fire priests of Herodis the Eternal. We did not know where, we did not know how, or to what extent, but... And he just kind of motions towards a group in white robes that are coming upstairs. They're not armed. They are in just what you would consider like churchly robe attire.
Yeah.
They
I
do
like
not
how we just
fight in the same way that you and I do. What were you saying, Invizal?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is out of character, but I like how we watched this person use an orbital laser. You're like, don't worry, they're not armed. Like, my guy, if they're conscious, they're armed. But I digress.
The fire priests, the known as the Third Choir of Exodus, preceding the first and the second, obviously, but we're on the third.
Oh man.
And like the precision keeps going. There's actually a small war band behind these priests with big drums and music instruments. And he's like, yes, their means of battle is different than ours. They support in chant. They have a limited ability to provide the fire in us all. And perhaps you being here is not a coincidence. The message that we received was from Herodis. He has commanded us to release the Forgotten Son. That's all he said.
Board
know
just
what
like
this might
turns to the board just turns to the rest of the group. The Forgotten Son. That is I think I
name.
know what their target might be. Or at
Oh.
least what their patron deity intends for that target to be.
What's that? Who's that?
The prince.
Oh, well, okay.
Okay.
Right.
It-
Well, we definitely could use the support right now.
The-
What would be the cost?
My band will follow the words of our deity. Sometimes we don't know what these messages are until the time of opportunity presents itself upon us. While it sounds you may have an idea of what this message is, the gods work in mysterious ways. Their machinations are above our understanding. They carry out their will, as do I. The cost would be the risk of the will that they carry out may not coincide with your goals. That is true of any action taken on any vision or word from those above. I am a man of faith, but I also am trained to have a strong mind and trained to understand that the way the world works doesn't always mesh with the machinations of those that control it. At least not for us.
Let's say party. Sounds risky, but I don't know if we'd be able to do anything to stop it. And I don't know if like Evan's just got this look of like we need all the help we can get.
Kind of sounds
Sure.
like whatever is happening is going to happen either way.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
might as well ask them to help us.
Not exactly.
They didn't
nice
know where to
square
go
up
till you
with
guys
God.
showed up. They still don't know where to go.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
you guys are
well-
definitely in control of this.
We could usher them toward the Prince of Frost and Darkness, and if they fire on him, then they do, and that would be fine.
Another option. It could also be them in the fight in the spirit continuum as well.
That's true.
He said that
True.
they're a large war band.
Hmm.
So
On the flip side,
When it
I
comes
feel
to
like it's-
oh, go ahead. Sorry, Alan.
I feel like it's substantially less heretical to say, hey, nuke this imminent threat to your city as opposed to, hey, nuke
nuke another
Raven
god.
Queen. I
Also,
don't. Yeah.
he's the Prince of Frost and Darkness. How on theme would it be for
That's
Fire
true.
Boys to take out the Prince of Frost and Darkness?
That's very true.
Battle of Ice and Fire. Sorry.
I'm just saying, it's on theme.
Dude,
Yeah.
everybody's getting in on this.
You go give it. I mean, absolutely. You know what? I want to live to see the fight in the spirit continuum, so I say we nuke him from orbit,
Mhm.
preferably.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Which really reaffirms the fact that we should head out to the ruins.
Mhm. I think the only risk that we might
Sorry,
have
ruins.
is that they just nuke him and he disapparates before we can actually bind him.
Mm,
That's the main risk that I'm seeing right here.
that's
Herodis
true.
has tried
Well-
to explain that these folk use support magic.
Mhm.
Yeah, they chant.
Yeah.
So the final, like, hey, you should fire, I think is going to be on us.
So we
So-
can tell them to pull back. Hopefully.
What my understanding and how I hope the fight will go is we basically Prince of Frost and Darkness shows up. We do everything in our power to kind of try and mitigate his damage and hold him off, while Halcut and Mogra both like basically twin cast this crazy binding spell. As soon as they are able to like get that and like soulbind enchantment off, at that point we're basically like, all right, nuke him. But
Get
that,
him.
yeah, at which point hopefully he's destroyed and we can then bind that. But that's still puts us on the front line and is still going to put them. Basically, we're double gambling if we hire these guys. Because now we have to hold them on the front still. That hasn't changed our situation and what we need to be doing. It just has a more surefire way to kill him and probably anything in the surrounding area, which might still be us. Like,
Yeah.
we're still gonna have to basically hold off till Calcut and Mogra finish their ritual. And it sounds like if they're support mages, they're gonna have a ritual for the big booms. So this is just very in line with what we were planning anyway, so I say we bring it along. If I'm understanding right, is that correct, GM? It sounds like we got an entire band of people in the background that are just gonna buff this one person who can still cast Jericho.
You don't know what they're going to buff.
That's true.
He didn't say they were
Okay.
going to buff him, and he didn't say he was going.
Oh, that's very true. Leans in. We need to know more. What can you offer? As
You-
correctly.
No, you say that your people do support magics. How so? What do they do?
They can change the elements of fire, and they can produce warmth if our deity blesses them and their goals. They support us in changing the battlefield at times.
And you're saying this only happens if the deity blesses them? Mhm.
They have been given a message by our deity, and you have appeared. I believe that they are blessed.
Hashtag blessed.
I believe that they would be a great boon in this fight of the Prince of Frost and Darkness. It seems the direct polar opposite of you and their deities.
I am the last capable Baptiste. I am bound to defend the house of my God and the eternal flame. I am not to leave this room or to leave sight of that fire. If that fire stops burning, many things fall. This church protects many things. I want to help you. I cannot go.
We understand.
But know
No.
that if the battle comes, I will fight with everything I have.
It's we're just, hey old man, you still got a working leg, don't you?
One arm.
No.
Sounds
I
like
hear
one
you
arm
got
to
one
cast
trick
with.
left.
I mean, I might. How do you all feel about us literally approaching him like, hey, you want to do one last crazy thing? It sounds like your god's blessing, and who knows him better than you? You want to go out like a goddamn champ?
It couldn't hurt to ask, but I feel like he's gonna say no. But
I-
You know what?
The last time
I feel like
went
he'll
out
say
with you guys.
yes. Oop, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I feel like he'll say yes, but he's gonna fucking die. I feel
Yeah.
like he's gonna be the old man from Hunter x Hunter with the nuke in his chest. Just
Well, you know what? That was the best thing Netero ever did for us, alright?
Man.
It's time for
Yeah.
a change of hands, old man. The future is now.
that's right.
Oh
Okay.
boy. You can ask him if you want.
I'm gonna. Alright. Do you want Ambisol to take point, or do one of you
Yes.
want to try it? Okay, yes!
fucking
Okay.
I'll do it.
What about you, Echo?
You totally would be the one that would ask somebody, "Hey, you want one last like suicide run?"
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but you're not wrong. So I'm gonna do it. Alright. We'll take the casters. And ideally the fight will never come to you. There's still a lot of fight left. We'll head them off. Are they all set to go now? Points at them. They look ready.
Yeah.
And before
In
we
total,
go,
it's probably about like 12 people.
nice.
Hell yeah.
It's
All
8
right.
of these priests, and like 4 band members behind them.
They're gonna put on the best goddamn show. It's gonna be amazing. All right. One more thing before we go. If the old man is still around, I'd like to have a word with him.
Ganaleon.
Indeed, the only.
He just motions to a corridor and stairs.
He was heading down further in.
If we're permitted, may we?
You may. So you
It's
find
respectful,
him
not-
sitting around a group of displaced folk, talking to them. It sounds like he's assuring them that everything's going to be all right and that he will protect them. And he's regaling about how he fought with a group of people to save, some folk when the city was burning. And he actually like sees you guys and mentions them right there. And the people look at you all and like, oh, whoa.
Yeah,
Hark.
at heart.
I knew somebody.
Oh my god. Hard. Easy there. Just the smell of the burning flat now. Dude.
His favorite spot, refugee camps.
Yikes.
Yikes.
He is a lizard man, so.
Leon. A word with you, if we may.
We have spilled blood together. You may sit and eat at my table. You may approach me without question.
Okay. Yeah. Let's sit and have a... So how many people are here besides
It
Scanleon?
is just like a group of probably
It's a
10
few
or 12
people.
folk that are just sitting, just imagine yourself in a bomb shelter and,
Okay.
a soldier
Mhm.
has sat down a group that looked anxious and is assuring them
Oh.
and telling the tales of how they
You
did
know,
what they did. That's the scene
that
that you're
case-
at right now.
In that case, I'm gonna, let's sit and eat for a little bit, reassure these people, and then kind of clear them out at the end, and then we can have the serious conversation. We can't just pull them away from this. That'd be messed up.
Mhm.
Also, Anvisol's hungry. He's had a long morning.
You can do a quick break bread with these guys and get a quick lunch in.
Perfect. Yeah.
Regale the battle of chaos or whatever we wish to call it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so you guys break some bread, what do you say to this guy? He's able to pass off this group, and reassure them.
Perfect.
You guys tell some tales.
Yep. Once they get passed off and we're alone. Did you speak to the priests? So rearing and ready to go out and meet the Prince of Frost and Darkness.
I've been spending many days recovering. This is the first day I've been on my feet since the incident several days ago.
I
Well,
understand.
on my foot. They had to amputate my leg. It was far too gone. And he just kind of looks off, just straight face.
Hmm. Ooh, that would be really messed up now that I think about it.
Maybe we shouldn't.
No, sorry. I wasn't saying that. I know Reshaped Skeleton, and I could probably give him another person's leg. So. Literally shaping those nerves. Don't worry about it.
You
But-
want a leg graft?
No, Evazal's clears his throat and is gonna focus really quickly. The priests say that they received a divine vision from your god. I do not know of them, but they see their place as being beside us, to cast one last holy flare to put the beast to its end. I expect it must be important if your god would go as far as to intervene with the priests. Have you heard any word yourself?
Specifically, word about what? I've heard many words lately.
The fight to come. The Prince of Frost and Darkness will be here in 3 hours. Well, 2 and some change.
I have heard. I have. A vision of summer and winter and the sun and the storm coming together. Changes. Sometimes the sun shines brighter and rises into the heavens. Sometimes the cold persists in endless winter. I do not know. I have heard no words, but I have seen many things in my battle sleep.
I hate to call comas battle sleeps now. Incredible.
Mhm.
Powerful wording. So you have received a vision. I come here with a heavy heart, but also with purpose. I want to ask you to join us one last time. I want to ask you to help us have that sun shine more brightly than the winter. To preserve the flame rather than having it snuffed out. I hold no hope that any of us might make it back alive. But I do hold hope for the future generations. If we can stop it before it reaches the gates. What do you say to one last run, Scandaleon?
It is true that Vatum must stay and defend the temple. I am not considered among the battle ready. I thought I might best be here to defend, but by magic, and he just holds up his left arm that does not exist past the elbow.
Yeah.
It would be a hard fight. One last run. Boy, can you get me to the battle?
Giving just a weary nod. I can. I can do a lot more for you than that. It is a grisly task that I have at hand. But I do have an idea. I could only hold it for about a minute. But I could give you back an arm and a leg that you're missing. It might not be yours.
He just kind of smiles and just. It's not condescending, but it's like
But for a time, I could make you whole.
what is lost is lost. In the eyes of the strong, you fight, and you die well. There is no turning back. When you follow the way of the fire, fire only takes.
Bori will grab at Ambizal's like shirt and
Go on,
lean in.
okay.
Did the wizards ever finish the spell scrolls that they were commissioned to make?
Which ones are you asking about?
Scanleon,
Tis
you may
I.
not need to walk amongst the battlefield. What if you were to
Fly like an
fly
eagle.
into the sky like a rising sun?
How long?
How long does the spell last? Anvizal?
We can afford you up to 7 hours. Though, 1 should suffice, I'd expect. Each of these, and he'll like do the stack and then like tick 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 tick. Each of these will provide you with an hour of uninterrupted flight. Well, you're going to be flying in a storm, so I won't say uninterrupted, but as you say, the strong make their own path.
Roll me persuasion check.
I'll certainly try.
14 is the number to beat.
14?
14.
I have to roll a 12 or higher. 21.
Let's go.
You know
That-
what? Ambizal actually he's matured a lot these last few days. He's got that look of like, I'll die with you, old man.
Anvizal's become a tactitional leader.
He's going for it.
You know I will fly to my death on this day.
Well, it'd be an honor to make sure you're not lonely.
Yes. I fly with you.
All right. He's still got one arm.
He's got one arm, one leg.
We're doing it then. I'm doing the like.
Yep.
One arm's enough.
Great.
Nice.
Roll fly.
Hell yeah.
This is great.
I'll just go ahead and subtract that, so we're down to 6.
For the record, he cannot cast. But
Oh, I got you.
Vadim says that he can do one last thing. Apparently.
Yeah.
He's got one last trick, apparently.
Yep. Weird.
Wow.
My god just keeps giving me this vision of, like, I don't know, casting a sun. It's weird.
I think
Why-
it's really
why don't we give
interesting
him
that
2?
you guys decided to stop by here, because...
Oh, so he can't cast, so Ambizal's gonna be the one to cast him, so Ambizal just hang on to all 7, and he's got it on lock.
Mhm.
Okay.
So why don't we use 2?
No, I agree. I definitely
one-
one, and then the backup in case the first one fails.
Well, I was gonna say 1 to like cast it on him like as we're gonna leave, so that way he just
Oh.
flies to the location, and then use a second one for the battle.
Okay,
That
so
would
basically
not-
make sure he's not exhausted.
Yes,
It would be the best
he's not
way
exhausted.
to not slow
He's
you down and, not exhaust this poor guy.
Listen, we
Mhm.
made these spell scrolls for a reason. I'll knock that first one down right now.
yeah.
All right.
Done.
Knock it off now. That way
Yep.
It's
No, I
it's
wholeheartedly agree.
unused.
It's actually a really good idea. You're right. You're right.
Ganaleon's back.
Yeah,
He's
back in the fray.
Back
and
in the shadow again.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so you guys have successfully convinced Scanaleon to possibly go out in a blaze of glory with you all.
I really hope he doesn't, because real talk here, we have everything we need to basically make this guy prosthetics. And I want him to be alive so we have a reason to make crazy prosthetics. Well, even if he does die, the motivation is there now.
He seemed that he, was not intent on accepting any healing outside of.
Oh, it's not gonna be healing. We're gonna give him
Old-fashioned.
crazy, we're gonna give him crazy old-fashioned, you ever wanted to crush somebody with a big iron, old man?
Oh my god.
Definitely ask him how he feels about prosthetics if you before you do that.
110%.
If he
I mean, yeah.
survives.
If he's one thing at a time here, God.
What do you need of me before we set foot?
I encourage you to speak with the priests and, I guess, the band. My understanding is their god gave them a divine mission. You're going to be spear fronting it. Here's how I expect it to play out. We'll hold the front as long as we can. The two ruling houses, Calcut and Mogra, I didn't mean to sound that condescending. My apologies. We'll be casting an ancient spell of binding. It should take them about 30 seconds. 6 times 4, 4. Yeah, about. I'm gonna say a minute. It'll take them
Sure.
about a minute because it sounds dramatic.
Take about a minute.
It'll take about a minute. As soon as they finish their seals and their binding, we need to keep them alive for that time. At which point, we'll have broken the cloud, made him vulnerable for one strike. We only have one chance to put him in the ground. We're only gonna have one shot. We did him with everything we can.
He just sets his only hand on your shoulder and just looks each of you in the eye.
Yeah.
One shot's all I have left. All I am, all I was, all I ever will be, all of my life. I can trade it all for one shot. That is the price of my help. If I go with you, and if I fight, I will die.
And Basal's just giving him that weary mercenary who's yeah, that's life. What about the rest of you? You want to say anything?
Yeah, Echo would just be like, are you ready to accept that?
Are you ready to demand it of me?
I wouldn't be here if I didn't have any hesitations left.
He looks at each of you. He's waiting an answer. He's gonna look at you, Echo.
No.
He just stares into your eyes with this super intimidating. I mean, guys, he's only got 2 members, all right? Like, he probably couldn't hurt you without not dying. So, but he's staring very intimidatingly into almost into your soul. Like, do you have what it takes to ask me to die for the cause? Because I have what it takes to do it.
Damn.
Ooh.
You know what? At this point, Anvisal's committed at 110%, so he's gonna turn and look back at you two. How you both doing?
Look, we're kind of at the end of our rope here. This is it. We can't let this guy near the town. We have to pull out all the stops.
Are you telling
we do
us, or are
not
you
stop
telling
him.
yourself?
myself. He's crying. It's like those people were so nice in the basement, and
Dude, this guy doesn't give it up. Let me roll. Let me roll for this guy.
Just intimidation really quick.
These guys are crazy. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, but they're crazy.
38. No.
Oh my god!
Honestly,
23.
I love their crazy zeal. Like, I need to prompt this in the town. I'm gonna condense this man's essence and just start a cult. It's gonna be great.
He grabs you by
there's already one here.
Shirt, Echo. He grabs you by your little frilly neck piece, and he grabs you and he pulls you in with his only arm. He's like, "Say the words, Fey Blood. Die for me. Say the words." He's yelling in your face. Do you have what it takes?
He's crazy.
He's insane. Echo's just a mess. He's like, I just want to help everyone. I want to be safe.
He pushes you away. This is the cost of war. This is life. The fire only takes.
We
It
are in
begins to
need
turn.
of your help. We are in need of your help. If we do not stop him here, everyone in this entire city is going to die. We need your help, Scandaleon.
When I fought beside
what
you
you-
all, when we fought chaos, I knew where we stood. We did not question if we were to live or we die, we fought. This time I know what will happen. And I need to know that you have just as much commitment as I do. I know I'll die if I fight. You don't. Tell me now, or be gone from this church.
Dandelion. He'll take a deep breath. He'll be like, will you come and will you die for us in this fight?
He just looks at Bori.
One quote that I could say, but Bori would not say it.
Bori's
If he
having, like,
dies, he dies.
If he dies, he dies.
Or like, whatever.
Am I being lame by, like, making this crazy zealot guy, like, make sure that the people asking him to do a Sui run with him have the same vigor?
No, honestly, not at all. I think this is super in character, and
Oh yeah.
honestly, very defining. Like, Abazal's getting some good... Like, he's looking at both of you like... What? Am I in the wrong here? Like, have I gone too far?
It is time for a suicide run, Scandaleon. Will you fight and die for us in this city?
And he just closes his eyes and he just looks up to the sky. And he looks at peace with everything.
Okay.
One last fight. And he heads towards the door.
Okay.
And with that, is there anything else before you leave the church or the city?
Who else can we recruit? No. You should have your talk with the Mind Witch, good sir. And you should have a talk with Orin. Those are two things that I think need to happen still.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a great question. I say we get those talks in and then do a quick breaky.
Heck yeah.
Yay!
Who wants to go first?
I can talk to Orin.
Sure. Where do you guys want to be physically whenever you guys pick Orin up. He could have been with you
Is
this whole
he still
time.
at
I
the
don't really
war?
know or care.
Or did
Yeah.
Bro come with us?
I imagine
Okay.
or
No.
just
Cool.
or just sitting down. Yeah, he was at the dinner table. I don't know. Nah.
He was probably sampling the buffet. You know, oh, it's nice.
Oh, this is good.
Watching Sandusky too much.
Oh man. Listen, we all could learn something from Sandusky. He's just living his best life.
Love
You
that
just need to
guy.
learn how to enjoy life in the moment. I'm saying.
He do
No.
be enjoying.
Orin says, "Oh, we're putting together quite a team. I think we'll need it."
Yes, and I think we'll need to rely on your strength as well. He'll sit down next to Orin. How do you feel about this upcoming fight?
Feel it's just another adventure, and we hope we'll win. I have the burden of much more knowledge now than I've done in any other fight that I've had. I
Mm.
have many worries. I worry about what could happen to me, and really, especially to you. I worry that if I use too strong a spell, something could go wrong. But I worry that if I don't, something could go wrong.
Something will go wrong. Yeah.
And so here I am.
Echo will sigh and sort of like rub his temples, like bro's stressed. But he's gonna be like, look, you know, you've been such an integral part of our team that I wouldn't feel right leaving you behind in this. But as I said before, I am sworn to defend you, and so I mean, not that you probably need too much of it, but I think we could make this work.
We'll make it work together.
So you in?
I'm in.
Yay. Echo will like just nod and he'll be like, "All right. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye out for anything fishy."
Sounds so suspicious.
Fishy. So fishy.
You know, like the emergence of a second dark personality from deep within your soul.
Edgy boy.
Fishy things
Oh
like
no,
that.
he's hot.
If he shows up during the battle, if I fall, or if he shows up, there's a chance that his goals may not align with yours.
Yes. That is true. And I understand that that is a risk, but I think it is a risk that we are willing to take.
Then it is a risk we are willing to take. And that is all that we can do.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the first time that we've gambled together. And it won't be the last.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. My wife is hooting and hollering. They're playing Marvel Rivals. So.
Okay.
So
Great
Joe,
success.
the Mind Witch, jamming Jamuni Kin. We only got 7 names for him. He was last seen in the war room. Where do you want to meet up with him at?
If he's still at the war room, he'll probably like head back there, or yeah, he'll probably just head back to the war room, hoping that he's still there. Be the easiest way to find him.
You guys are 2 telepaths in his lair.
Yeah,
it's not hard to find him for you, and vice versa.
Have a harder time not running into him.
Yeah. My gosh. shit. That's what that pull was. Okay, it was you. Shit.
Krios, well met.
Jamuniakin. Borg's just gonna like walk over to the bar and like motion for him to join him.
Sure. Ooh, we can do that. You guys are
Uh,
at the bar in the war room.
And Borg will just look at what was her name? Krasha,
Grasha?
and just like do motion for 2 whiskeys.
Dang.
Going for it.
Mm-hmm.
Or he's pre-battling.
Mm-hmm. It's pregame. He's gotta.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Very dwarven of you. No.
Mm-hmm. Damn right.
All right. So she passes you some whiskeys, and they're pretty good, dude. She gives you the best that she has. It's smooth. It's nice.
Tips it to her. Duncan. How do you feel about what is about to happen?
It's another step in the journey of a unified Khaldun, and the first step for me to right the wrongs of my past. I owe these
And to have a
people a
life.
great deal.
It's actually a very wholesome response.
I've been.
And to have a
you
life
now.
that was stolen from you.
I do, and I have an opportunity to have a life that I never got to fully have. The last we spoke, I was ready to start anew. But you brought me back to this city, and not even the years that age brings an elf like me can take away the fondness that I have of the people that I once fought and bled beside and lived for. To be back in the House of the Bloodfang, it means a great deal to me. Vitriol and Mogra and folks, they're not perfect, but it's almost like they're family. And I was thinking maybe I should stick around. Perhaps I could build a life here.
There's no place like home, huh?
The religious folk have a word, atonement. It didn't mean much to me until now, and maybe I should try to repay the kindnesses showed me, and to repay the debts that I owe by helping lead these people into an area, into a new future that isn't defined by the wounds of our past.
I'm certain that if anyone would be capable of doing that, it would be you.
There's the question of what you all will do when we win, when we save the day. And everyone's talking. Everyone's wondering. What will the young Splinter Shaft and this Envisol, Bloodfang, Erlenor do when the day is saved? Maybe one day, one or both of them will want to seek out adventure or run off on a quest to save the world again. But where does that leave Calgully? Will she be like her grandfather and do what they think best and abandon the city to lay the groundwork for a later and greater return? But who will remain? And perhaps I will. Perhaps I'll stay. I know everything that happens in the city. Few thoughts elude me. Perhaps I should stay.
And I think not only myself, but I think everyone else here would very much like for you to stay. Funny. It has only been, what, 2 days? A day, if that? That we've known each other, and yet we somehow understand a lot.
Just
Mm.
today we must win. The future has yet to
Today
be
we
written.
must. Will you join us
I will fight.
for the price? And I have a question, though. With the command over the ones that are coming from the underground, the fallen, what limit is there to that? I know you have to see the city to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to get injured, will your connection to that break, or is it only if you fall?
If I pass, if I die, so does my control die with me.
Then I will do everything in my power to ensure that does not happen.
Mm.
We have managed, well, I'd imagine that you already know of who we've managed to recruit. Scandaleon, one of the Baptists. He says he has some last-ditch effort. Some incantation, some spell that will end his life, but deal a great deal of damage.
They tend to go out in a big ball of fire. Yeah.
And let us hope that that will be the only thing that we need to do. But I feel that will not be it. You know, I have an idea while we're out there. A battle tactic of sorts. Perhaps we will talk about it on the way to the ruins.
Slams it down.
Yep,
Let's go.
let's get it going.
And with that, our heroes, give or take a side quest or two, make their way to the East Gate.
Yay!
We break. And we resume at the first of your scouting with priests and a floating half-Baptiste in tow and many allies. But
Many allies.
I have some speeches to give before you guys leave the city because
Yes.
Atreus and
Let's go.
yeah, they've assembled some folk and they're speaking to the legions. They've assembled
Nice.
and they're getting ready. So you're going past those guys. And Iwi wants to say something with you guys before you leave, but we'll do that
That's
after
cool.
we come back from break.
Yay!
Good
Hell
stuff.
yeah.
All right.
And so we break. I know we didn't jump into combat, but I really like all the stuff you guys have been doing. I think it's been pretty sweet. So
It's been pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. I'm so glad that I brought up the Baptistes.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that was good
That was a
freaking
good
call,
idea.
sir.
it
I've been
was a
thinking of them
whole
for the past
thing.
couple weeks.
Oh
We
yeah.
just haven't had the time to go see them.
Oh my goodness, I feel that on so many levels.
You know, it's funny. Had you gone and see them anytime except for now, it would have been probably a lot more like their zealotry would be like, okay, guys.
Sure, whatever you say.
Now
Right
it's
now,
like, yeah,
done.
this'll do.
This is our purpose.
Oh
God
boy.
said I have to get something called uranium. No,
Woo!
no idea what that is, but it kind of looks like this. It's a funny rock. He
It
said to
makes
just
me
go
feel
smack them
funny.
together really hard.
Oh no.
Any
Bro. Bad magic! Oh, I'll see you guys in a bit. What is that? It looks like the monster out of the ritual. Big can of nope. The best, only the most forbidden. Bruv, we're getting a spicy party together. Gotta win, gotta win. There have been 4 people that have been watching concurrently. Yeah, last one was quite popular. It's like 159 or something. Yeah. At least he has purpose. There will be a firefight. He was happy to protect those townsfolk. Yeah. Well, maybe he wouldn't use it to defend the people, but they're not letting that church fall into enemy hands. So it's really all the same, dude. At the end of the day, it's all the same to them. That was weird. No. Nothing. 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 Don't ask. Yeah, dusty stuff, man. And a single vial of blood, but that's gone now. Good job. Yeah, it wasn't your fault, but I was just being silly. What does this look like? Bro, the war chanters, they look kind of funny. Oh no. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Pretty great. Yeah. No. I imagine the cat passed away and they made a purse out of the cat, but I think that's kind of what you wanted to do with that old cat god. That loose end. Hell yeah. So before we go back, well, actually, I can go live again. So everyone ready? I will return us to the main screen. We're back. Before I get an idea of who is leaving in the party, can you guys make sure that I have everything correct? So we've got our band of battle choir priest, the third choir of the Eternal Flame, Scandaleon, who's flying, Calcut and Mogra, Mind Witch. Who else are you guys taking out of the city?
Orin.
Orin, yeah.
Are we taking Iwi out of the city or leaving him in the city?
I'm
So
pretty sure he's coming with us.
we're bringing him with. He's gonna be in the back line with the Mogra.
Hmm.
And them. That way he's drawn towards where the ritual of binding is happening.
Yeah,
And we can ideally have the fight kind of climax there.
like directly. Okay.
Mhm.
Word.
I'm a little worried about Yui.
Well, yeah. But also,
We can keep an eye on him. He's close.
yeah, okay, because that stopped people from dying.
Cool.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, bro is
I want to see it happen, is what I...
yeah.
So I have a very clarifying question. What do you guys plan on doing with the old folks? Atreus, Vitril. Is this a new generation is going to show the old guys how it's done, or are we bringing everybody? I'm not saying they will go. I'm curious what your desires are as a party.
I'd be very interested to bring Atreus and
Literal.
Vitril to the forefront, right? Like, hey, your daughters are literally going to be out here. Get your asses on the front lines if you want them to come home.
That is one way to put it. There also is they're currently the heads of the household. We kind of need them if we're going to be, launching a full scale warfare into the spirit continuum.
Not
They're kind of the
necessarily.
generals at the moment.
They are the generals, but it's about goddamn time their daughters step up. Mogra's literally making plays with the Mind Witch, who is going to be bringing in a substantial amount of forces. Her stepping
And
into
who-
kind of the role with a really strong backing. I'm not too worried about that as far as Bloodfang territory goes. Her
True.
dad
And then there
also
will be
probably
you and
taught her to
you-
be shystery as hell. And Calcut just walked in with... Look, come on. What are you gonna say? Somebody's
Yeah.
like, you can't be head of the household. I dare them.
She would smack them around for sure.
She absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, who would even oppose
how-
this? Darkblades literally just lost 50% of their entire bloodline. I didn't see the proper pass off with ceremony. All right. How's about another 50%? How much ram's blood you got?
Damn.
my
Sorry, fresh out of lamb.
which that is a point of something I would like to ask GM.
Hello.
If
It's me.
are the
Hello.
dark blades in these forces?
Their standing army is. What's left of it.
Do they all see Bori walking through?
The ones that are Darkblade, that are with the Darkblades would, yes, they would see.
What are their reactions to seeing Bori?
That's a great question.
Abject horror, mostly.
Probably.
Okay.
So there's
so
there's
I would-
pros
I
and
would make a play
cons, and there's
for those
there's outside cultural viewpoints, and there's the hobgoblin cultural viewpoints, right? And then there's the dynamic between. Anvizal, with your natty ratty hobgoblin culture, you
Yeah,
have
don't-
a unique perspective of the things that you know as an outsider, as a close knit part of their small family, and as a hobgoblin, liaison. The hobgoblin culture overall is cold and warring, and individuals have to prove their worth, right? And so
that's
it is
cool.
not culturally wrong for the young to push for independence and push to take, the world is theirs for the taking, right? The title of leader is earned, not given. This is the cultural pressures that the young live in, to take the mantle of responsibility. And it's the old's imperative to maintain unity and to maintain control of the family and to maintain power. So it's a tough culture, but there are
Their
some
culture-
differences. Go ahead.
is literally like, come and take it until you're strong enough.
Yeah, essentially.
That's
And
actually really cool. Then never mind. I say we leave them home and claim as much of the honor as we can.
there's one more wrench in that, and that is
Hmm.
the unusually loving relationship between Atreus and his
He is
daughter
really sappy.
Calcut, because he's a sappy boy who was raised by a
He's-
closet sappy boy, right? And
Yeah.
he has
Aw.
been raised with this prophecy that he's kind of known about, and had never really wanted his daughter to like be in a position of danger because of it. And so while the overall culture is cold, his idea is probably more, he would probably try to go even against the culture, but the culture would likely demand him to stay. So there's a little bit of conflict there that you would be obviously aware of because of your
Tuned into.
lens into all of that. So
So in that case, how would you all feel about Ambazol? Like, you had your talk with Orin, you had your talk with the Mind Wish. How would you all feel about Ambazol having like a quick talk with Artris? Like, hey,
Do it.
I got your daughter.
Yeah.
Do it.
I also want to
Um,
preface that you have earned enough rapport with them. They would go with you if you asked.
No. Now
You
that
have
now that I'm kind
power.
of now that I'm clued into the culture, I think it's going to be key that we don't have them come. Like, if there's any chance at all that Ambazol's going to be accepted into the culture as a human, he's gotta pull through. He said the Stormcrows would take care of it, so this Stormcrows,
We're gonna take care of it. Yeah.
even if it fucking kills him. Nah. Hopefully not, though. That would be ideal to not.
It won't. It won't. We're all gonna live. We're all gonna
Rory will
live
ensure that does not happen.
happily.
Even
ever
if he has
after.
to strain to maintain until he
Straight
dies.
away today. What? Okay. You know what? That's commitment. I appreciate that. So, Atreus, a word, if you will.
You can see him. He's getting folks rallied
He's
and rallied
hacking.
together. I'm going to move you all to another screen. Your characters, the health bars, aren't updating on the tokens correctly, so please fix those for me, because I
I'll
will
take care of it.
likely copy and paste this complement of folk as you are all standing outside of the eastern gate. Oops! Do not create new folder. Move the party.
Watch this kid.
These maps are going to
Yo!
be big going
I'm
out.
so excited. They look so cool.
Sorry, not sorry. Big map time.
Don't be. I love me some big maps. You know me. I love me some big maps.
Yeah. And let me grab Atreus. Get
Boris
some
is
good
correct.
music going to Vitriol.
Between.
Dude, everything's coming together. Khaldun. Dude, I can't type. Come on.
Hello, too. I can't. I'm just barely starting to feel better physically. Finally getting
Nice.
rest. Hell yeah. Just gotta take it easy a little bit longer.
And I didn't want to put all the tokens on here, but there's rows of hobbies lining up. The standing armies of each of these families, each standing army anywhere between 300 and 700 soldiers strong.
Ah, that's cool.
Nice.
They're
So
gearing up.
sick.
And
Yes.
Atreus is among these other leaders. You see several different hobgoblins that are gathered with their forces. The two that you recognize, and some others that you have yet to meet.
He's amazing.
And then one all the way at the end that just looks a little like broody. And their force is a lot smaller than everyone else's.
Leans in, bet you're a fucking dark blade, aren't you, boy? Do I smell a bitch?
Oh.
You still stink like goat's blood, old man. We're gonna make that an insult, by the way.
You smell of goat's blood. Whoa.
Yeah, like, does goat's blood run in your veins, or you?
Oh,
Yeah, actually, hold on. I'm writing that down.
Right
Congratulations. That's
that
an insult now.
down.
Emotional damage.
Oh.
Bloody
That would be like
crows.
the Shanae equivalent.
Bori's gonna have a little talk with the that leader whenever Annie does his thing.
That's spicy. Yeah, I'll
Atreus
just
sees
pull
you,
Atreus aside briefly.
gives you a nod, opens his hand like, bring it in, boy.
Yeah. Bring it in. I'll make it very brief. It's good to see you again. Is it too
Likewise.
soon to call you father?
I'm chewing a gummy worm, sorry.
Perfect. Not even you know what? Not even giving him time to answer.
We're family now, boy.
We are. And that's why you have to stay here. I'll
Roll
take
me
care
an
of your daughter.
insight.
Can I do it with advantage? No, actually, it's him. He's a weirdo. Alright,
You
insight.
could roll it with advantage. I would allow
I appreciate it.
You've got
I
a pretty good
appreciate it.
relationship with Atreus.
19. Woo! Woo! Just missing a 1 in front of the 9.
So, well, you notice that all the other 5 leaders of the group are in formal attire. They're in their dress blues, so to speak, right? Giving the speeches, rallying up their troops. Atreus is kitted out.
He's ready to go.
He's got adventuring gear on and armor.
Yeah.
And like
That's what
tools and like picks and shit dangling from his belt.
Nice.
And he just kind of... What? Mutters a quick, wait, what?
You know as well as I do, the people in the city will need you to lead them. There's a war coming after this, and you need to be here. Don't you dare think for a moment to take this opportunity and this glory from your daughter. Would you think so little of her? Of the Blood Fangs? This is mine.
He just winces.
Ours. This will be our legacy.
So,
Everyone's going for it. Hell yeah.
I know.
But more
Echo's watching
importantly,
just like, he's going
don't you rob me of this chance to prove my love to your daughter. And I'm gonna take like one of the adventuring tools on his bag, and I'm like, it's mine now.
He just like cuts it off with the...
Basically, I take his car keys.
No! Rip. He's like, no.
Exactly.
And Vasal, I know this day has been coming for a long time. And he just kind of like puts his hands around your arms on your shoulders, and he grabs you like this. Grabs you very firmly, right?
Yep, not hard to do.
Calcut is the tip of the spear. And I am the shaft. Together, do not let her break.
I'm gonna bring him in tight, like this.
I don't know if you survive a hug from Atreus.
Gotta give it everything and more.
Roll me a Constitution save and throw.
I will believe. 14.
Not bad.
Listen, Amazon's been training. He's ready. Ooh. That is one cool thing that I would have loved to. I don't think we had the time, but I would have loved to have prepared a bit more obsidian. 200 gold points worth of obsidian.
Oh boy.
Just so I can cast the spooky spells.
Oh, I think... Well, I said you'd find it in the Darkblade area.
Yeah.
And I think that you rolled enough to get...
I rolled enough. Yeah. I just want to confirm, because it wasn't explicitly stated.
Sorry, that must have been my bad. I remember we got you just enough for you to have your new thing.
Goodness!
That was you
We're
had
good.
enough to
Let's
summon
go,
your white commander,
baby.
if I recall.
All right, we should be good then. All right, if I've got that in tow, now if I want to use higher level spell slots, I can start officially summoning some real big boys. It's gonna be spicy. I can level up my ghouls that I summoned to now be just straight up ghasts, which is great because we went through the effort of making the token, which I guess should have kind of clued me in to the fact that you're right.
It's okay. So
Perfect.
yeah, I think we did it in the chat. I don't remember if I wrote
Yeah.
it down or not. So
This is so exciting.
So you guys are wrapping up your bro thing, and Iwi kind of pulled
Well
you
said.
in. And he just kind of he asks for you all to sit down, near one of these tents, and he kind of just sits down and starts opening his pack, and he's just checking his stuff, and he has the flower sitting there with him, and the flower is actually starting to give off a little bit of iridescent light, a little bit more than it ever has. The only time you've seen it glow brighter was the time that they used the magic, when it pointed towards the direction of Cal Gully, that one time in the mountains, like 2 weeks ago.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so and he just, my friends, gather round. I have something that I must say before we take up arms against the prince. And Orin takes a seat. Who else is here? The Mind Witch and Mogra also join. They kind of sit near each other, and you guys kind of form like a little circle, with you three sitting the closest to Yui. I know we're short on time, but and he just looks at you all very earnestly. Not long ago, I was lost, adrift in life, like a ship that floats lifelessly without a guiding wind. Before meeting my wife, Silvana, my life was a blur. I can scant remember it. But never will I forget the day that I was pulled from that shore. She looked at me like she'd seen a ghost. It's not every day someone washes in with the tide of Lake Kansini half dead next to you. And let me tell you something, when I looked into her eyes, all the pain, all the hurt, all the cruelty of the world melted away. And he makes eye contact with each of you. I see those eyes in you. The treasure of true companionship is out there for all of us. I had that once, and I let that slip through my grasp. I was lost again at sea, but you found me. The Nalpaca flower led us here, and it now points in the direction that we head. And he just stops and he lets that sink in. I don't know why, but my soul will not rest until I know the truth of my wife and my purpose in all of this. You and I, all of us, are pebbles dropped in the swirl of cosmic fate. But the ripples we make in life will reach farther than you or I will ever know. Guys, life is so short, even for those of us who will endure long after the rest are gone. And he looks at you, Bori, he looks at Orin, and then he looks at Echo. Echo, Bori, and Vizal, and Jamunia Kin. Never look back on the has-beens or the could-be's of this life. Find your treasure. Hold fast. Sage advice from an old sailor. I envy the bonds that you share. I do. I see the youth in you, and I see the strength of the bonds that hold you close. They protect you. And while I envy those bonds, I look forward to seeing this through, side by side. We started as strangers, but today, know that we fight as friends.
I'll do it again. Weapon out.
Yeah. He puts his rope in. No, I don't even know if he,
yeah.
I think he's got a weapon, but he's got rope right now.
Let's go.
He's
Storm
always
Bros.
got that rope.
It's about time we take flight.
He
New
just
horizons.
nods.
Just have to get through the storm first.
And that's when you hear, the other leaders have been, given their speeches, and they've been all right. People are getting the crowd going. And then you just hear Atreus just pipe up. We stand together today. And he's pacing, dude, back and forth, right? He even found a little plank to walk back and forth on. We stand together today. 6 families united. Stonehammer, Frostbane, Ironclaw, Darkblade, Bloodfang. And he's just getting slower and slower as he mentions these last few family names. And then his own, Splintershaft. It was not easy. I mourned the life of each hobgoblin that fell so that we could survive together. But as a father, I bear it all. For it is the duty of the old to make way for the new, and to bear the burdens of the past, so the future, led by the young, can prosper. On these blood-soaked stones we fought and we died, but there was a time when we fought together. There was a time when we embraced our differences and set aside our petty squabbles to embody an ancient truth that united. We are a force that even the gods can fear. And just murmurs. The world has kept us down. No more. Some of us will make the ultimate sacrifice and join the Meldiha. But like our ancestors who steeled themselves for one last fight to protect 6 families' destiny, we will claw our way back to glory and honor. Keeps pacing. Turns his back to the crowd. But there are whispers among us that these are the end of days. Do not doubt that the world is changing. Yes, this is the end of days, but not for us. Today is not the end of the present, but the beginning of our future together. And he motions out just to the giant storm. Every soul that has ever lived is watching us. And we fight for the freedom and dignity of everyone who ever will. A storm is coming, but it will not break us. Khaldun! And you hear, Khaldun, Khaldun, Khaldun.
Heck yeah. I'm joining that chant.
Same.
And with that, I need each of you all, don't roll me yet, but each of you all to roll me fate 20s.
Okay.
2 of these fate 20s will be at advantage. And I will have Off of Anvisol, roll the 2 that are at advantage.
All right.
Yeah. Don't like Echo roll the one
First
with
at
advantage.
advantage, unless it's about lower, that's going to be a 7. Incredible. And second one at advantage is going to be 17. So-
Nice.
Nice.
And Joe, go ahead and roll me 2.
Just straight.
Yep. Give me 2d20.
Do it.
6. Nat 1.
Okay, suddenly I'm feeling pretty good about my rolls.
All right. Echo.
My
Okay,
confidence has never been higher.
Let's see if we can make that 3 ones.
Please
Listen.
no.
I would give you money.
18.
Wow.
Oh, look
Is
at
that
that. That's not that
Lower in the air.
Really interesting.
bad. Lower.
Wow. Wow. All right. So, this must be okay. All right. So, these numbers were actually the morale rolls for each of the family's troops. These were the morale rolls that would determine their leadership tests in combat. Like, I don't know if you played Warhammer, but like if you lose,
Yo, literally
so
their
many people-
morale.
yeah. And the two
They're
highest,
routed. Nah.
the
Two
second highest is the splinter shafts. Obviously, that was your second roll. With the most inspired being the dark blades, which was the last roll. That
Insane.
those two families will go into battle with you and will fight possibly to the last man if you choose them to. That's their current state of readiness. The other families, if you send them in,
Hope it goes well, otherwise they're gonna rout.
they will likely either scatter early, or
right, GM.
prove so.
I need to know who is the one. I'm so
Yeah.
curious.
Yeah. Which family was the one?
So it was in order. What's that? A Bloodfang, Splinter Shaft. Who were these guys? Give me a
Okay.
second. Where's the names?
Ooh, yes.
Where's
I've
your
got
names?
17. Stonehammer, Frostbane, Ironclaw, and Darkblade. So Bloodfangs were 7 by the sounds of it. Splinter Shafts were 17. Darkblades are the 18. So one of these schmucks got a 1. One of them got a 6. And one of them got a 16, so somebody's cool. It's not the Bloodfangs.
So the Stone Hammers were the 6, the Iron Claws were the 1, and the Frostbane were the 16.
You know what? That actually checks out. Frostbane being a 16 with the Prince of Frost and Darkness coming. They're like, actually, we feel pretty prepared right now.
We were made
Sorry,
for this.
I didn't have those the order of names in front of me, but
We have an Ironclaw mask. That's who it was from, now that I think about it. They're
mhm.
the Aggro
Wait, so
boys.
who was the Nat one?
The Ironclaws. Here,
Yeah.
I'll post it in chat just so you have these.
Thanks.
They said, we're actually not interested in going.
So
Fuck
the
that.
the Splinter Shaft, the roll of the 17 is they will not break unless they suffer 50% casualty. That's what a 17 is. But an 18 up is last man.
Dang. All right. We'll stand till 50% casualties. You know what? Actually, I am my headcanon is that the Darkblades seem to be the most religiously zealous, right?
Mhm.
They're pretty zealous.
And you basically showed up and like a god, right? You literally
Mhm.
showed up like a god. So they're like, okay, this is clearly a sign.
See all these fires that are going?
Mhm.
They're casting some pretty interesting shadows. And one of those shadows, splayed across the stone walls, is a shifting shadow of a winged figure. And the shadow is coming from Bori. And we're all fixed on that shadow.
Not saying that you're gonna be the next god that Anvizol creates, but you're gonna be the next god that we create. Listen, we had our test one in the lake, and it went pretty well. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. See how it goes.
Boy.
I still have it, and I'm waiting. I've still got the the blessing of the Azura scale. It's anybody that
Oh.
can see me. I'm waiting till we get into the Chaos realm, including with the Raven Queen. I'm just gonna blind everybody in an entire world, just entire plane of existence. Witness me!
That would
Does
be
Echo still have
probably
theirs?
the coolest.
Yeah. I still have
I
mine.
think Anvizol definitely still has his, and one of you all
Yeah.
still has one. But the other two have
Free.
used them.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Bori and Freemy were the ones that used theirs.
I'm ready.
All right. Does
well, that's
anyone have
solid.
anything they want to say to anyone else before you walk out of the city? Any of the troops? Any of the leaders? Anything you have to say about the speeches?
Go talk to the Dark Blades, Mori. It'd be so cool.
Yeah, I was gonna go talk to the leader.
Just say something super ominous, like, "You're mine now." The last of you. I can't wait.
So this guy just turns and, like, looks at you, like, wild-eyed. Bori Krios. And he gives you, like, a curt bow.
Bori will just raise his hand up like Rise.
Like this? Oh, okay.
No, like...
So, we were like going back to like, I'm the mind witch. And he just looks up at you. Expectantly, like assuming you came over to talk to him about something.
Mm-hmm. He'll look to him and then look to the rest of the troops. Those of you that... that is not Bori's voice. Those of you that stand here, chose well when deciding what to do the previous night. And those of you that stand here will be ushered into the new Khaldun.
He gives you another bow. In Calgary, we recognize power. Thus you have demonstrated. And we yield.
Bori will crane down to his head, like next to his ear.
I mean, he's not
Sniff
short.
really-
You don't have to crane down too hard, but yeah.
How to
Lean
talk
in.
to short people. He leans
Mhm.
down enough to be condescending. No.
Yeah, that's 100% what Bori's doing. And just sniffs really loudly in his ear, and then telepathically speaks into his mind, "You reek of goat's blood." And then turns and walks away.
Boria.
Roll me an
That's
intimidation. With advantage.
Yeah, baby! Natural 20. Come on, I believe in you. Let's go!
That is a natural 20.
Let's go!
Oh my gosh, bro.
This man just is.
That's
Congratulations. The 3 soldiers around that. No. The 3 people that pick up on it, they just circulate this new expression into the whole of Calgary. It just becomes an insult for the masses. Congratulations, you've shaped culture.
Dang.
That's so good.
Let's do a
That's
wisdom
honestly
saving
really
throw.
cool.
Fuck, he's toast.
Okay, I'm gonna say Dark Blades, 18 morale, will fight to the last man. Leader, shook.
I'm gonna
Leader.
say that, like,
Shook.
he has one of those, like, weak ankles moments, and, like, yeah, like, drops to one knee in front of you, like, losing his, like, getting lightheaded, like, in fear.
Mhm.
That'd
And,
be
like,
neat.
catches himself.
The rest of the nat 20s looks at the rest of the Dark Blades like, yo, better take a knee. Follow your leader.
Yeah, Bori looks down to him and then looks to the rest of the troops.
Just
What
capitalize
do you
on it.
want them to do with this look?
Take the knee.
Yeah. Like, he just, like, raises one eyebrow, like, are you gonna follow suit? Doesn't say anything, though.
So starting with the first row, and just it cascades
Oh!
through the 300, just boom, 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 boom.
Nice.
Just
That's my Bori.
we serve the Shadow Master.
Yeah!
Yo!
Dang.
Oh, Bori, that's a cool nickname. And Vasal, like, fuck. Goddamn, everybody has such a cool nickname.
Bori pulls the hammer and points it towards the squall, this massive cyclone, and just shouts, "To battle! To glory!"
They just silently stand. Are you asking them to follow you guys?
Oh, man.
I mean,
I'm just asking for clarification on what that means.
So it seems like we are. I'd say bring the most ready to fight ones. So dark
Yeah,
blades and splinter shafts,
I feel like
at the very least. What's your else thoughts on that?
What my vote is, right now, my understanding is we just need to buy time. I would say you take just a small contingent from both forces, like just get some shield guards up front. The way you could frame it is like those seeking honor, even in death.
Mm-hmm.
We're only make it something that feels fancy. Like they relish the chance at like honor and glory. So make it a limited slot, right? Like any more people and they're just gonna get blasted by the storm. But yeah, maybe a score from each, like
Joe.
both families 10 or something. It's up to you though.
Yeah.
Listen, Shadow
What's up,
Master.
Jim?
you're the
It's you.
Shadow Master, Bori. You know, it's up to you.
Roll me an insight check.
Insight. All right. Straight roller advantage or
Just insight.
okay. Okay, 14.
It's pretty safe to assume that anyone that isn't a named character that goes in with this fight
Die.
Boy.
they will die.
Yeah.
And
That's
And
what I was thinking.
I've already done the math. If you sent the whole army at this guy, there is a certain number of people where you will, by the D&D math, you will be able to trade lives for hit points.
Oh.
The cost is high.
Oh.
Ah, yes. I love the old 1-50 ratio.
Yeah.
Ooh, yikes.
Okay.
So that's just an idea of what you would be if you choose to offer a free signing bonus. What they'd be signing up for. With 14 would definitely you'd have what you need to put that together.
Mm-hmm.
But it's on the
Well,
table.
with that new information, what do we think, guys?
So this is a little concerning to me because it sounds like they would be a buffer for if we do bring them, which means that if we don't bring them, we super don't have a buffer. You know what I'm saying?
This sounds really bad, but gotta be real with you here. we would be bringing them as a resource. We wouldn't be bringing them as people.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
And
I think that's also how it's intended here as well.
I think we should be using some of our resources. All I'll say is
Granted.
the people that we bring, we're gonna get a double use out of them. So I think we should bring at least frantically check spell slots.
Mhm.
Hear me out. Let's see here. 4, 8, 2, 10. We should at least bring 10.
So
yeah,
GM. Oh, good.
we might only want to bring a few.
It's totally up to you. I can get the most out of at least 10 because now that I've got that that next thing that lets me raise stronger crazy ghouls guests, if we just bring some like bulwarks and heavy armor, we can get a lot of mileage out of those.
So this then begs the question, GM, what is the ratio
Oh
for
man.
person to hit points, or are we not
You
allowed to
wouldn't
know that?
You wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
no.
Okay.
It's like-
Okay.
you're
Sorry.
asking a lot from God right now. But what are the odds? It's
I didn't
like
know if it was something that we would intend to
comes into
intend
a
to be done.
gambling den. But what are my actual
With-
odds?
With your battlefield
Mhm.
insight of a 14, you don't know.
Not-
You know
not
enough
sure.
to know
I just know that it would be trading hit points.
Yeah.
you know that there is an equation in a battle like
Mhm.
this. You don't know where that equation is.
Hmm. Okay.
Probably just assume it's bad.
Slaps
Spend
back
a lot.
blade. Could fit so many hit points in this battle.
Yeah. You don't know how many you need to bring to make it worth it either.
Yeah, that's the other
Mm.
thing. It's like,
All I'm saying is, even if we bring a small contingent, it will allow Anvizol in the background to basically ready some actions of like, get down, Mr. President, to try and take hits from you guys. It's awful, but I'm prepared to do it.
Okay. Then next question: how many units do we have, or not units, but individuals, people that do we have per family?
Well, that depends on
You
the
said we
family.
have 300 for dark blades.
You have 300 warriors with the dark blades. The splinter shafts have 471 available warriors. The blood fangs have 452. The iron claws have 526. The frostbane have 369. The stone hammers have 391.
How many was it for the Iron Claw?
526.
Thank you. That's the
all
funniest
in
thing
the-
I've seen all
The
night.
roster.
Perfect. Thank you.
what if we take like a solid half?
Jesus.
Like
I'm
half
gonna
of all
ask-
forces to this fight.
So
Maybe not
Let's-
all forces.
I'm just gonna bring it together and make sure I'm following all of your decisions to make sure you're not forgetting about any. You had initially, guys, you were like, let's throw everything we can at the prince, and then
Mhm.
you guys. It sounds like you guys had changed your mind. Like they might all die. Maybe we should save some for the future battle. And then
Yeah.
you guys were thinking of taking a smaller force. And then I've mentioned that it sounds like some soldiers will follow you regardless, and that they all can follow you. It's just the cultural piece is different because of the agreements
Yeah.
that you guys have made. You talked that out. It's fine that you guys can take who you want. What's your goal? What do you guys want to accomplish, and how do you want to make this victory? Would be the things that would be on your mind. Like what's important.
Dying
Hmm.
is number one.
So, I have an idea and a suggestion.
Well, real quick,
Mhm.
Echo, were you going to finish that thought?
Oh, yeah,
No,
please.
that's it. That's no. We would like
You
to
must
not
have
die,
cut out.
please.
What did you say before number 1? I didn't hear it.
Oh, not dying.
Not
Like,
dying.
Staying
Okay.
alive.
Yeah.
Yep. Main character staying alive. That's a thing, right?
Yes.
Anvizol, you got
Yep.
a point?
My idea, which is really rough and cynical, my vote would be just because I feel like the trade-off would be too high, and with the cultural piece, it would be bad to take that many troops into this fight. I don't think they would be of consequence. My vote would be we bring one representative from every house who's looking for honor, and we just pack them in tight, and we keep this as close as humanly possible, and we basically tell the rest of them like, hey, wait at the east wall and be ready in case we fail.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because
That's the other thing is we have to like consider like how much value are they actually adding?
yeah, this is also this is the door. Like, we don't want to run people into the wall and kill them before we even get in the door.
Yeah, we
like,
also-
are they even gonna be able to touch the Prince of Frost and Darkness?
It's just gonna be people out there like dying in the cold. Like, they're like, nah, we're just gonna go to Russia in the winter. It's gonna be super good.
Yeah.
Just send more
Mhm.
people. Like 14 people will reach him. It'll be great.
What's Bori's take?
Yeah. It's sounding like that this is also not going to be used just for this for Prince and Frost and Darkness. You're
These
probably
rolls
going to end up
are-
using this for
Out of game, these
I'm-
rolls are.
yeah.
Just these
I'm meaning
ones.
like the system of using these soldiers in battle, but also using it for chaos for
Yeah,
whenever
I
we
can't
get
wait.
into the spirit continuum.
Oh yeah.
I imagine that you're probably going to be using this too. So
I love how
my
you said
thought
that.
is
These rolls are.
yeah, these rolls are for here. I understand that.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Yeah. So I imagine these people are probably going to be a lot more useful in the spirit continuum than
Yes.
here fighting the Prince of Boston Darkness.
I mean, yeah, as far as troops go, right? Like, so many of them are just gonna die to like AoEs out here in the field. Like,
Yeah.
it's one dude. It like you send like 100 guys at one dude, only a couple. Like, it's just not. It's not sensible.
Unless he also has like ghosts or I don't know, whatever else that's fighting with him.
You-
But if it's just the Prince of Frost and Darkness, yeah.
You
I
know
don't
what? Here's the thing. If it's crazy spirit ghosts that are fighting with him, then we do the strategic withdrawal to the lake. We send a courier and then bring out some troops that like clash head on. I don't expect that to be the case, and if it is, necromancer, romancer of the dead. Not saying I have control over ghosts, but I literally have control over ghosts now.
Okay. All right, I'm here for it.
Well, like a couple. He's only gonna summon like 3, right, guys? No, right? No,
Right? Right?
it'll be fine.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not burdening you guys with the thought of the tacticality of the known and the unknown.
No, I get you.
No, I love it. I love that you're making us like think like warfare style. Like,
These are
what the
hard
fuck are we
decisions.
actually gonna do? Yeah, I
I
love
think-
it.
You're sending people
think-
to their deaths.
The casualty rate of the Prince and Frost and Dark, like, it would just be too high, and then we'd be kind of out of a stick for the real fight, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody really knows what's going to happen when shit starts going down. So that's something that's still a very real unknown right now, is what happens
You
in
just-
the spirit continuum, what happens on the prime material when you guys are finishing off the spirit continuum. All kinds of big questions that aren't answered yet. So
Just know it's gonna be really bad.
Yep. Pretty much.
Really bad.
So final vote, we've got 2 suggestions. Leave everybody at home, take a small, like, token group of representatives from each family. Am I missing any other recommendations? Bori, you had originally were thinking about taking at least the Dark Blades and maybe the Splinter Shafts. That was the other
That was an original. that was the original thought, but I'm backtracking to like not bring in anybody. But
get
I
you, man.
do like the idea of having that small, like one per family, not
Yeah.
to fight, but
Just
to
a witness.
have them. Well, one witness, and two, in case we need to back the fuck up, they can run ahead of us and tell the forces to get ready
That's
True.
true.
if we're failing.
No, it's a
Correct.
good idea.
Yeah. So like I think we bring 6, one of each, but they're non-combat. Or
Hear me out. Hear me out. What if we bring 2
Or-
of each? It's always
Two
good to
of
have a
each?
spare. As bad as that sounds.
Jesus, you're just wanting that 10 during the fight just in
Oh, I'm
case.
sorry, Mister. We should use 2 fly spells. What was that?
What?
It's good to have a spare.
So we have a vote for 12 and a vote for 6. Echo, what's your vote?
Say, let's take 12 of them. There's a bunch of them in there. We might as well.
Baker's
Yeah.
dozen.
2 volunteers
Baker's
from each family. Give an account of the fight. And if we need use, you will represent your family in all matters. That's
Pretty
what
wild.
goes out. And I'm going to give these guys not names, but family names. I think that would behoove us.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It would be a while.
And
And if us all just started calling out names. I've read the scriptures. Whoever this boy is. No.
Literally, it's the Hunger Games.
Oh my goodness. Listen, guys, all we have to do is hold them off for 78 hours. Easy as that. Then we'll have the number of the forces to take them proper.
I think this is a neat idea. I think it's a good compromise too.
Yeah. I mean, people like come on. You're gonna bitch about like 2 dudes from your family? Like get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's also volunteers too, so
I was gonna say, like, my guy, I'm pretty sure you lost more people in the last fair.
he's not wrong. Those carnival games were spicy. Pretty sure
I
one of
still
them were
can't get
ran by
over the-
demons.
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure. I can't get over the fact that the freaking boat just betrayed those people to a watery grave. You just
Yes.
persuaded the boards to just
Was
talked
the
the
board
boards off that
literally
boat.
kill 2 men.
They were asking for it. What can I say?
Play
Ultimately.
stupid games, win stupid prizes, literally murders some guys.
So that was one of the things that, like, based on the rules happened, but you guys didn't have a clear, like, take on what was happening. All of the crazy animals that they had chained up for those crazy mad carnival games got loose when the chaos broke out. So there was, like, alligators running through the street just grabbing people.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
It makes me really happy for all the wrong reasons.
Oh.
What I would pay money to and for a day, Calgary became Florida.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Sorry this has
Oh.
taken so long, but
No,
this will really help us whenever we are, like, covered in tokens and everyone's like, who is that guy?
Ah yes, Darkblade number 2, my favorite. You always were my favorite, Commoner 621. 621.
No! We've got our red shirts.
Player 456. Step forward.
No.
Anyone? No. Damn.
I mean, that's I don't know. I don't remember.
Squid
if
Game.
I do know it. I haven't seen Squid Game. I was thinking,
Very
like,
good.
is that like no game, no life?
Haven't seen the new
Let me tell you what I know about No Game, No Life, except that it's an accurate representation of my. No.
What was that, Shark Bait?
Oh, I've seen the first Squid Game, but not the second one. I've
Oh.
started
Second
watching the
season,
second one, but
very good. Blew my freaking mind.
Game
Oh.
of Squid. I'm very
Game of
excited.
Squid.
No.
Game of
The
Squid.
the squidening.
People,
I loved the part where they
people.
played the game with the
Mm.
squids.
They play... Oh, yes.
Yeah, I don't
Squids.
really like calamari that much, man. I don't know.
Squid things. Okay. Just give me one moment, and I'll move you guys to the next battle map.
We're gonna win. I
So,
believe in us.
I need...
Golly, I sure hope so.
I need whoever's
A
taking point
hero.
to roll me a survival check for navigating in this
Echo.
winter condition. And
Yeah,
I will need
Ranger.
athletic checks from everyone regardless.
Cries.
And I'll be right back while you guys roll those.
I cry every time. I literally have a -1. I don't know how I keep rolling so high. It's probably the adrenaline.
So that's a solid 7
Me,
for
Okay.
you know what? Me too, fam.
The 12 for Bori.
and a 9 for athletics.
Oh, this is not going to be good.
You know, I come from the forest. It's enchanted, so it doesn't snow there, so
Yeah, it'd be pretty funny if we finally used Yui's rope to, like, tie us all together and just have one person who's actually strong in front. Orin, please!
Orin, help.
Honestly, 7's pretty on brand for Ambizol.
Yeah, no, it's just the wind, in my eyes.
What's your favorite terrain?
My favorite terrain is forest. I believe.
Checks out.
It's not
Yeah.
forest.
It is not.
It is
Uh,
forest.
There
Oh,
might
yes,
be
we're
trees
heading
on this
into-
battle map, but this is
I
not
know.
forest.
It's not a forest, yo!
Oh, I see.
This is
This was
definitely a
desert very
tundra
recently.
right now. This
No.
was a desert?
Echo's like,
Yeah.
where am I? What is this?
All
Sir,
I'm saying, there are going to be some wild, and I repeat, wild plant life with all of this water once this starts melting.
Oh yeah.
God, yeah.
This entire area is going to look crazy. Once everything melts, we might actually be able to start teaching them cultivation.
Nice.
If we make it through this, we're going to have a happy new beginning.
We can water our crops with more than just blood again. Yay.
Aw,
Pretty metal.
yay.
So,
So great for you.
this is the riverbed that was mentioned previously. It's mostly dry, but the shallow water is iced over. So here's where your first option would be. But the terrain is bleak, and the snow is difficult to move through. You guys are not making great time as you trudge through. Now, luckily, you guys have enough people together that you can bunch up and move like as a pack through once the first couple people crunch down a path. That is working to your favor, but it's still difficult. You guys are currently in the front.
Okay.
Unless you want to change that. But.
Nah.
Okay. Echo, roll me 2d20.
Okay. My face when I roll 2d20.
Okay.
15 and a natural 1.
Okay.
You need to make up your mind.
Luckily, this is just the passage of time.
Okay,
and
good.
roll me another 2d20, and I'll explain the two rolls.
A
Okay.
2 and a 17. I cannot make up my mind.
So the 16 was how long it took for your little spicy lunch with Scanleon.
Nice.
And 19 minutes is the time that you spent outside of that, having your conversations and talking to to what's his face. So you got like 2 hours and 20 minutes before go time. And
Okay.
the closer that you go towards the Prince of Frost and Darkness is the time that you reduce from the encounter, right? Because you're going towards the guy who's coming towards you. It was 3 hours to the city.
Ooh,
so
so yeah, it just kind of double.
So this next roll that she's going to roll is going to be a double roll and be
Nice.
the time that it took from you to go from this point to the next point, and how much you just, that's accounting everything together. So
Okay.
Echo,
this
never
next
thought
roll
I'd say this, but roll low.
Okay.
4d20.
Okay. I'm thinking fast
For-
thoughts.
For once in your life, Echo, actually roll low.
Actually, I'm pretty glad we're having Echo roll this right now.
Unfortunately, I'm
Holy
just so
shit.
good at rolling.
Sorry, did I say anything just now? Forgive me.
Hang on. We're going to have to start
Unfortunately,
adding
I'm
stuff
just-
up.
I'm rolling very well today.
This better not
Time
leave
is-
you as soon as we get to the fight.
One thing I really enjoyed about this campaign is like time has never mattered more in a game, and like we're
Right.
always like counting the seconds and the hours, and I've really enjoyed that. Maybe
Pretty
it stressed
spicy.
you guys out, but I've
Mhm.
liked it.
You know what? Count me stressed. Good job, GM. No.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All
Doing a
right.
heckin' stress.
It's 1 hour and 27 minutes until contact. You can
Mhm.
see the storm is huge. It's so tall, and what's different about this storm is that you have the supercell, but inside you can see a violent vortex that is probably over 100 feet wide, and that is just
Oh man.
down. It's like a hurricane on land. It's probably the wildest thing you've ever seen. You can
Wildest thing
feel
we've
the
ever
biting
seen
winds
so far, God.
so far. That's right. He's right, you know.
Oh man.
Waft, waft.
Yes. Okay, so 58 minutes. Well, yeah,
Hour
58
27.
minutes from your encounter. You will arrive at the next location. Is this the next one? This is the next one. You see old weathered ruins. It's been a long march. I need some Constitution saving throws.
Ew.
No thank you? No. Let's see. It's gonna be a 12. 15 if I'm bolstered. Echo. Why are you just the chilliest boy?
Bori will use bolster ego on Echo
Yes.
and have them roll with advantage.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. So I don't
Echo's
perish.
just dead
Yeah,
in the
that's
corner.
14.
Nice.
See, it's fine. Thank you, Bori.
Mm-hmm.
Really appreciate that.
See how everybody else is doing on this march. I'm going to do one roll for all of the hobgoblin groups so far.
It'll be.
Ooh, okay. Ooh, we're really.
I'm gonna be real with y'all here. I don't think we should check out it. I think we just set up the fruits.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
yes. Yeah,
Get some
ruins.
fire going. In retrospect, we should have brought all of them with kindling packs and just made like a crazy like sigil fire.
You is so intelligent.
I'd meant
He's
to
so
roll a con,
intelligent
but
right now,
I'm going to
Huey.
let him off with that.
Nice. He deserves it.
Homie
Mind
needs
Witch,
it.
why are you bouncing around?
He's excited.
Oh, Mind Witch is
At
frosty.
20.
Dude, Mind Witch isn't even wearing a shirt. He did not put a shirt on. Everyone else has like some degree of the warmest
Great.
clothing they could find.
So his nips are just slightly pointier than usual.
Yeah, man. They could cut. This Prince of Frost and Darkness himself. The Frostbane guys are the only guys wearing winter gear.
That checks out. Yeah.
They're like, eh.
Yui's out here like, yeah, I live on a frozen lake, so I don't know. Also, I'm planned. I've ran into him like 5 times now.
Yeah, you know. Oren rolled a nat 20. Good on him.
Yo, let's go, Oren.
X in the chat. Calcut's Frosty. Not Frosty, but you know what I mean.
Shiny.
Baptiste Scanalain.
Oh, buddy. Yeah, I'm sure that feels great on your poor little...
Uh-huh.
Aw.
Feels great on his poor little nubs.
Baptiste Scanalain has suffered 1 level of exhaustion.
Oh.
Hey, GM, I have an idea.
What's your idea?
I could pass my winter jacket off to Scanleon to give him advantage on the roll if you'll allow me to roll a disadvantage.
Sorry, he's got a level of exhaustion.
I'll probably do that now. No.
You can definitely put it on now, and guys aren't turning around and going home over the next hour, so it'll probably help.
I'm gonna go for it. Evzal, be the man who gives your jacket to another person.
Do you have any patches that might help him out? I don't remember what all you have, but you have a robe of useful items. You might
Actually,
have some
hold on. Let
clothing
me
in
go
there.
over it now. Let's see. I got some things to start fires. But no, outside of that, I don't have any. Like I've got some spare clothing on me, but I don't know if it would be all that helpful for. It's
You
not
could
like
put
winter clothing.
your wizard robes on him and just wear your robe of useful items.
Nice. Congratulations,
that
you've
would be
got
the-
wizard robes, and I'm gonna tie the sleeve, and it's gonna look really cool.
Oh, he's got the anime sleeve.
Yeah, he's literally got the sleeve.
No.
You immediately knew the look I was going for.
Yeah.
Also, this is gonna be the coolest gosh darn thing.
Ooh, Mogra's feeling a little chilly.
That's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. She's got like a tank top on at any given time.
Yeah, you know, it's... No one really has a lot of winter gear out here.
They were in the desert.
Yeah.
What's that?
I like to imagine this is a lot of their like first time seeing snow.
Oh, yeah. The only reason that the Frostbane clan isn't is because, like, they're from the mountains a long time ago, and it's, like, tradition. So they just broke out the old ceremonial, like, furs.
That's cool.
Awesome. That Mur's gotta
Get to
be
use
musty.
Yeah.
You're telling me with the blowing winter winds that they can smell anything?
Yeah. All right. So
I don't know about
those-
you, but my sense of smell isn't usually top of my priorities in the middle of a blizzard.
True, we
Yeah.
do have a walking stink tank with us.
Yeah, your sense of smell hasn't been a priority since Echo joined your party, so...
This is true.
So you guys are moving through the cold, and one of the war priests who looks this is just their art. They look a little bardy and a little edgy, but that's all right. They're a little bit more serious and ordained than the art suggests. But one of them comes over to you. You brought us here to serve and to carry out the purpose of our deity's command and vision. We have power that we can lend. It is not infinite, but we can lend it should you feel the effects of the cold too hard or too long. We can take that away. But it'll be up to you to determine when and if you want that. And it just bows back like, we're hard, and we know you're hard, we can help, but we will not help unless you ask.
Nice.
Thank you.
I say we wait till we see what shape we're in when we get there.
I was going to say the same thing. Let's at least wait until the ruins.
Nice to be on the same page for once. And he kind of looks you in the face. What was that they called you again? Shadow Master?
Shadow
No.
Master.
I like that for you. It also gives me an alibi.
What? Sorry, it was the Shadow Master. You know, you can't trust him.
Bori just squints.
I prefer to be in the back anyways.
And so
Thumbs
we
up.
come to the ruins.
Yo.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is way cooler.
Yeah, this is neat.
At T minus 1 hour and 27 minutes, you have some options. You have time to scout the next location. You can do so on foot or on Vesper Wing. Vesper Wing would cost you much less time and only use up perhaps 10 pints of fuel. That is an
Not
option that
bad.
you have if you want to see that terrain which is ahead of you. And other than that, you're here. You're at the ruins. So what are you guys thinking? What are you vibing?
I think we should set up camp.
I think we should set up here.
I
Yeah.
think the more
Spots.
time we have to prepare, the better.
Spot's looking
I agree.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Cool. I like our little formation we've got going here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Let me just refresh Roll20 because I know it messes with the names sometimes. All right. All right. So everyone rolls up on this rim, and this rim is probably like a foot and a half off the ground, and it seems to be metal.
Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
It's thick metal too. You all can actually roll me an insight, or not? You roll a history check.
Yes!
Right.
History, my beloved. Dang, Bori!
Damn.
Okay. And a 6 for Echo.
Bori just leans in.
He's
I
gonna know
love
what's
metal.
going on here. Real good.
I always wanted to be an architect, but they put me in the circus.
Like, yes, I know this land.
Echo, you have a revelation
Oh no.
that this is not a natural formation.
Oh.
Oh dang.
Yeah. Looks
Echoes.
like some sort of ruins.
Listen, you couldn't have come up with a better line if you tried.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's so
I'm
silly.
What
Echo
the
and
heck?
Bori, you've seen this before. You recognize the type of gauge of metal that's used. This looks like the same material that you all rolled in on your trip on Grisa Brixley, the Iron Behemoth,
Oh
the
shit.
train
cool.
that took you into Calgully.
Oh, if I had more time. The artifacts we could find here. They're all gonna be buried beneath mountains and mountains of snow. What a pain in the ass.
Well,
Winter
we're
is a
going to
cruel
have time
mistress.
once. We'll have time after we deal with the Spirit Continuum. Maybe we can
Well,
come back here.
we know she's built strong. I say we
Apparently.
start the sigil at the. I say we start the sigil at the center here. It's got good high ground, and we try and hold them in the street. There's enough cover and kind of points at these two buildings. Should shelter us from the brunt of the storm.
Good idea.
So, Jim, I think you said how high up it was. The ring that is around this area.
Yeah,
how
this
high
ring
was
is
it?
about a foot and a half worth of iron that's sticking out.
Okay.
So if we lay down and hit it with an orbital fireball, ideally the flames would go over us.
I mean, it would definitely go around cover, yes.
Dead.
Yeah, just dead, gone.
Huh. Okay.
And so I assume so is the storm here, let me use a ruler. Is the
It's definitely
storm in a
business
thatward
ideas.
direction?
That is correct. Yeah, the storm will
Okay.
come from this way.
Okay.
That's your
Come
perspective.
from
Caldeli
from
is towards the top of the map, and the mountains and where the storm is towards the south of the map. It's going to come straight towards you guys on this front.
Gotcha.
Goody. So what are y'all thinking? I got some ideas. Oh, here.
How far down are these cliffs? Like down to this area?
That's about a 25-foot drop.
25? Okay.
Yeah, let's just keep it like the measure is the scale. So that's about 25 foot.
Okay.
So this is all going to be.
I like
distant.
that. 25 feet is substantial.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. What ideas do you got?
There's some beautiful high ground here.
Mhm.
What my vote would be, unless the Prince of Frost and Darkness comes in on a dragon or flying, in which case I'm going to cry. He will
We're really screwed
probably
then.
have to walk through here to get to us. Like, I assume he's going to start at the base, and we're up at the top. So I say we try and post some of the families in the ruins here, 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 and probably in a couple other spots along the cliffs. Have them work to try and whittle them down, just from safe distances. We hold a couple people back as runners, of course, right?
I thought we were keeping the whole bit of troops as
This is why we brought spare. It's so we can be flexible in our thinking. Hear me out. We post 6 up. We keep 6 back, of course, to be potential runners. We post 6 up for just whittling them. Honestly, I'm going to be real here. Distractions. Like, any seconds we can buy will be helpful. And scattering them as far out on high ground where they can take cover maximizes their chances that they will get deleted, taking up the most time possible. Not saying they're not going to immediately die. I'm saying it will take a little bit to wipe them off the face of the earth of Rodinia. I say we try and hold them in this choke point here. It's visible from up top, which is where I think we should have Mogra and Calcut casting, as well as kind of the backup mages providing support and Scandaleon. We could even have Scandaleon just like, I don't know, like here or something crazy, like somewhere distant but watching. If we're able to hold him, my vote would be, these columns will buffer most of the incoming winds, giving us a little bit of breathing room. We could even start up front and do kind of hit and run, try and retreat. We just need to buy enough time for him to get sealed and then hit by a nuke. The problem is going to be, once he's sealed, we're going to need a way to get out as quickly as possible. Hopefully it'll stagger or stun him for a second, right? That's where I think these buildings come in. If we can get to cover, we will probably not instantly die when the strike hits.
Yeah.
That's my 2 cents so far, based off of what I'm seeing in the battle map here.
I'm
We
cool
give the
with that.
people who need to do the ritual high ground and make it as hard as possible to get to them. We make it
And
so they can cast from a distance. We just do our best.
And we would be like on the outskirts, like here.
Oh, we would be down here in the thick of it.
Okay.
We
So
would be
I had
frontlining this.
Yeah, I had one thought, at least for myself and Echo, being up here on high ground over here.
Okay.
Because I was looking at repel and I was doing a couple measurements. If we're like ending up here, 40 feet. That's like the max range that Bori can repel.
That's the sketchiest goddamn shot, Bori.
I know. But if
I
we
believe
needed to,
Okay. Who's
I can
gonna be
also repel 2 people at once
the main thing
if
is
I cast.
who does that leave on the ground with them?
True.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Because I imagine we're gonna have Yui in the back. Like we might even like, here you go, buddy. Just lean against
Yeah,
the
just
pillars
find a little
back here.
corner.
That's gonna be the beacon. So he's gonna be trying to like walk through us, right? So if there's nothing standing in the way, that he's probably just gonna touch home and it'll be bad. It'll be real bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could technically, I mean, I am going to form a core with undead up front if I can. But I've only got like 3 little ghouls, remember? Like nobody else has died on the way out here, and I'm hoping that we can kind of keep it that way.
If we bring Iwi with us a little bit in front of the circle so that, he doesn't go all the way back, but he still goes toward us. What do we think about that?
Where do you have in mind?
Like where Bori and I would be around here. So that he's still going this way, but not like, but he wouldn't be threatening the circle.
Two of another idea that we could try. There's a lot of mountains and cliffs around here. We could try and hit it with a landslide.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would work, but it's something we could try.
Both Bori and Jammin have telekinetic bursts, so we could easily cause that shit.
It's not just that, but I also have a thunder melon.
That
that you could cast on.
Mm-hmm.
Bori, what was the thing that you took? Now that I think about it, the back from the Poltertech. What was the Poltertech device you decided on?
It was the thing that was like, don't let it touch cats. The wand grease.
Sorry, that's genuinely very funny to me. Okay, you know what?
Which I'm so glad I grabbed, because this shit's getting slathered on Nokushia.
Okay, incredible. Well, I've got the Poltertech mage, so doesn't help us there. Okay. Okay. What are your thoughts, Bori, on how we approach this?
If we are going to be forming the front lines, Echo and myself being down there in the valley,
I feel like we're all gonna have to be down there, like Aura and the Mind Witch. Like, we're the only vanguard. This is what we chose.
So,
but I don't think that doesn't mean we can't pull some tricks.
Yeah. So here's a question for GM. What ways do we have getting up and down from this cliff? Or is it just nothing?
Listen, I have 6 remaining scrolls of fly.
This right here
I have Misty Step.
looks like the ruinous leftovers of some type of staircase.
Nice.
Okay.
Other than that, it would be athletics to climb up and down this 25-foot wall, and it would be treated as difficult terrain.
Okay.
Unless there's always gravity, right? There's a couple different ways to do gravity. You know,
Bori has his repel. He can launch 2 people 40 feet. That's another
like a
way.
going
Truly
down is
awful
always easier than
experience.
going up. Typically, when
Yeah.
it comes to this kind of stuff.
Gravity, my beloved.
Mhm.
This out here in the distance, GM. This look like how tall is this standing, and how structurally sound does it look? Because basically what I'm gonna say. So from up here, GM, I'm looking for things I can rig to drop on him during his approach. It seems like most of it is already kind of blown over.
Yeah, it's probably about like 7 foot high, and the
That's not helpful.
crumbling remnants of like some type of column that was once standing.
Okay. And most of these planes seem to already be kind of windswept and very sturdy. Shame. All right.
So if for movement getting up and down the cliff wise, if we are going to do the scrolls of fly, I'd like to have Iwi cast fly on me and him have concentration on mine. Because if I have concentration on fly, I can't concentrate on any of my powers.
Hey, these are spell scrolls. You don't need to concentrate.
Oh, you don't need to concentrate on them. Okay, I didn't know
That's why
that.
we spent copious amounts of money on these.
Got you.
Well,
okay, I didn't know that.
This is why we drained the royal treasury.
Hell yeah. Okay, cool.
Science!
Science.
I mean, mostly. Cool
Science
fly
and
scroll,
fun.
go burr. I'll mark one down for you right now, Bori.
Okay, cool.
Done. Done and done.
I'll just add it to mine for now. In case we don't end up going that route.
I get you.
So, it sounds like you guys are going to play a vanguard and put yourselves between the casters that are going to be on this ring. Iwi.
We're gonna try our best.
and then the dark blades, you're thinking about having some to just strategically scout or try to harass and pull attention off of this. Whatever
Every
happens.
second counts.
And then what about your other half? You're gonna hold them back and just they're the oh shit squad, or you guys want everyone out there?
I think they should be the oh shit squad.
So we have 2 votes for oh shit squad, and I think that would be appropriate. So
No, that's why we brought a baker's dozen. No.
So true.
Well, baker's dozen would be 13, but yeah, I say we leave the other 6 in the back, just because. Let's be real here. When the blizzard really starts picking up, all we need is to get one of them through, and that's probably gonna be the Frostbane. Let's be honest here. It's probably gonna be the only one that makes it through.
Yeah.
We're so tiny. Why are we so tiny?
Because the map is big, but it's
because
also
the world
because...
is. It's not that you're tiny; it's that we're in a big world now.
It's because I copied them from a map that has different.
Different proportions.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I can fix it somehow.
Here, I'll bring Bori up.
We're just little guys.
Mm-hmm.
I wish there was an option to snap people. You just got to drag your token a little bit bigger until it fixes itself. Oh.
Woo. Yeah, for whatever reason, it wouldn't allow me to resize mine. I could only rotate it.
Oh, oh no. I've zoomed in and I can never zoom out. Okay, I figured it out. Ooh, I can have an aura.
Powerful aura.
My aura.
Oh my goodness.
I'm over here, I guess.
I'm just a lonely Amberzal. Hold on. Do me next. No! Amazon is just the smallest man in the world. There we go.
Wait. I'm still trying to make him bigger. Where'd he go? Okay, I got him.
Echo's just skittering off into the snow, just gone.
I've
Holy
learned.
Holy
my
crap, this
beard.
is so
I've
scary.
also rotated. I'm rotated as well. I love that for me.
Echo, a little turnt.
He literally is.
Fucking hate you.
Am I wrong? No. Listen, sometimes you just gotta hit it.
That's what Boris said to his buddy.
No.
Whoa.
Oh, oh.
GM, I'd like to rage. You're not a barbarian. I said I'd like to rage. Holy crap.
That was a little spicy. Sorry. All right. So we've got our choir. And Scanaleon, we keeping him in the back? We keeping him up front with you guys? What's
Oh, no, he's in the back.
Yeah.
I basically say we leave him.
I think
Yeah.
he should be up here on the edge. I think he should see the battlefield and be able to guess for himself on when he should act.
Yeah, we'll be very clear with him as soon as the storm breaks. Will be your time to strike.
Yep.
That's cool.
When you can see the sun, show him its glory.
Oh.
Actually, that'd be kind of cool. The moment that you see the sun, bring it to Rodinia.
Oh my gosh.
And strike him low. Good luck, Calcut! I'm gonna be real here with you. I'm gonna tell a few of these. So I know Calcut and Mogra are gonna have to pass their checks. Hopefully, them
Yes.
supporting one another are going to be kind of like doing that with advantage. But I'm also gonna tell some of those backup mages, I'm like, don't let them fail.
Mhm.
Do not let them fall.
They can task some of their magic.
When
To
you
support
see the life draining from their, when you see the souls leaving their body, keep them standing, and then shift all of your focus to the Baptiste, to Scadleon. I'll even say, your god is watching.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Do not go before him in shame. Give it your all. Honestly, okay,
That's
so
a
those
hard line.
pictures-
Don't go before him in shame.
Yeah. Listen,
Bruh.
man. Ever since you sent those pictures and memes, fan art of freaking Anvazal walking out at the whole goddamn chat, it's just a fucking switch just flipped. I'm like, well,
I'm glad you saw those.
they make me so happy. This is what I'm striving to be now, especially that second one where he looks like he cuts wood with his hands. Bro's just out there like ripping locks apart.
It was also new, man.
He is.
You've changed, Ambasol.
You've changed. Dude,
Listen.
Calgully changes you, man.
Ambazal literally still has 9 strength, but his strength of will is at least a 20.
That's right.
Right. So, quick question on these on the scouts. How do you
Oh.
want to separate them?
Good luck, boys. The answer is sporadically. Can I give my votes?
I'm gonna
I'd
just
say
try to give
do
you
2 and
control.
2.
Okay.
Have them paired up.
Paired up, huh?
hmm
Well, I guess there's not that many spots, so that would make sense.
They're not going to survive long either way.
Yeah.
That
Rude.
way, if they do die, you can have 2 bodies next to each other instead of you having to run around and only hit one at a time.
Oh, what I was thinking is we make them so scattered that each attack he would have to do, because come on, he's the embodiment of AoE. He's a walking storm. If we put him in pairs, that's going to cheapen their lives. What I'm saying is we make it so they're so far across from one another, it has to be one attack. What turn around,
Fair.
Either strat
Echo.
has merit. Echo, what do you think? Echo's been the tiebreaker.
I don't know. I think both are kind of good options, but we how long do we need to hold them off for?
A minute. We have to hold him off for a minute.
Oh, that's
The minute only starts when he gets here. We can only start the ritual when he's within ritual range. So as he probably crosses this border into this map is when we need 10 turns.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. We need 10 turns if everything goes right.
Yeah.
So
it
probably
might be
a minute and a half.
I think we need all the extra time we can get.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think Alu's right on this one.
Yeah.
I know that's a little cynical, but I'm cynical, so you don't have to be.
We need every attack possible to not be directed
At us.
Yeah.
I will say, we've got 6. Here's my idea. We put 1 up in this tower. Can I move him? Nah, darn. We put 1 up in this tower because it's dramatic and cool.
Mm-hmm.
We put 1 over here in these ruins. We put 1 up here, kind of in these craggy cliffs. We keep 1 up here, and then we've got 2 down here with us that I can raise. Don't worry about it.
Oh boy.
Get 'em, boys! Literally with just readied actions to be like, get down, Mr. President. I'm gonna call those ones the Nat 20 fallback. And that
We could have one be in this enclave as well.
it's true.
And over here to really balance it out if we want
My
them to be,
spell is touch.
around the battlefield.
My spell is touch.
Oh, well then never mind.
I want to keep 2 by us. Also,
You're gonna be running around at the speed of sound.
running around at this copyright strike. Oh goodness. But that's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So
exciting.
let's just start by marking the guys. Just mark where am I placing the first guy? Mark it on.
All right,
that.
first guy's here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool tower. Let's
Second
go.
guy.
Over here.
Third guy.
Third guy is going to be up in these cliffs.
Okay.
Fourth guy's going to be right where he is. You live in this tower now. Last 2 are going to be down with us.
Nice.
Probably
do you
here
want the
and
Blood
here.
Fang and the Splinter Shaft guys down there with you?
Oh man.
Yeah.
You know?
I kind of want one of the Dark Blades with me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
I feel like we should keep the Splinter Shaft because they've been going hard. The Blood Fang's got 7 morale.
We respect the Splinter Shaft.
Yeah.
There also is, interesting. The flavorful pick, right, would be the Dark Blade, right?
Yeah.
The functional pick would be the Frostbane, and the lore pick would be the Splinter Shaft and the Bloodfang. So functional, lore, flavorful, or whatever.
My vote would be
Claw.
mixing. My vote would be mixing flavor and functional. I like mixing flavor and function. Store pros.
Dude, you
So
guys are fighting the
Darkblade
storm.
in Darkblade in what?
Probably.
Darkblade and Frostbane. Is that what you guys are thinking?
Is that the vibe?
Think so.
Frostbane is functional, yeah.
Yeah, probably a good idea. It's either that or we go with the Splinter Shaft because we know they've got crazy morale.
True.
Mm-hmm.
They will not abandon ship once they see all of their friends.
Which,
perishing.
honestly, let's be real here, we probably need the morale more than we need the function in battle. We just need them to not run away.
Yeah.
We need them to take a hit, which
So-
is terrible.
My next question. The guys that are perched in spots, not the guys that are with you in the center.
Yeah.
What is their go-to actions? So, like, let's say they, for some reason, aren't in range. What do you want them to do?
Mm.
Hunker down.
So let's see here. Not in range. What kind of range are we working with?
They are equipped with some type of... They have a longbow, and they have a long sword, and they have one
Ooh,
attack.
Okay, longbow is
Go
good.
long range.
Yeah. What my vote would be is once we hold them in the center, everybody should be able to take a shot. I say in like taking order, right? They need to be like taking turns, covering each other's reloads. We're gonna start here, and then we'll go in order of who's like farthest.
Okay.
When you see, if you see somebody fire, then it's your turn to get out of cover and take that next shot. Ideally giving them covering fire, giving them to hide. So it's fire and then go prone. Stand
Okay,
up, fire, go prone.
Fire prone is possible. And what about if they... At what point would you want them to run towards the prince or not at all?
You know, we should have a cool signal to have everybody rally. What should our signal be?
Was that a cacaw?
It was a cacaw.
I love it.
Not the cacaw.
Yes.
I do have
Although
to make
I
you really loud.
Guys, I'm gonna be so for real with you right now. I don't think they're gonna land a single like sword hit on this guy. Like, I don't think they're gonna be alive long enough to be in range to like land a physical sword hit on them.
Yes, well, that's a good point.
I'd say just stay bow. Just stay range.
Yeah, just stay ranged when possible.
If they need to move to stay within range of him, then do so, but stay
range.
Yeah, stay range.
Okay.
I do see merit in drawing them in. I think we should have it as a backup plan.
What would be the signal? How should they expect it, and what will the signal be?
I have an idea. The signal could be I toss the thunder melon, and you and the other guy both use shatter. Just a big freaking, just a panic explosion on this guy could be the signal to like charge in.
Go in. Yeah.
I'd say the thundermelon itself would be the signal.
Okay. What I could do, I do have presignation, and it doesn't take up much to use it. Echo, if you want to give your best scraw sound, I could make you really loud, and then we'll do that alongside the thundermelon. Could be the plan.
Alright, I love it. It's very on theme.
My question, do we want to set the thundermelon up ahead of time as a landmine that you guys could set off?
That would be fun.
because Anvizal's got the strength of like wet cardboard.
Is it something that he can use in his sling?
Imagine putting a cantaloupe in a sling.
Okay, I mean I didn't know how big it was.
I can't imagine I could use GM. Can I use a thundermelon in my sling?
No.
Yeah, that's what. That's what
Unless
I'm
you
saying.
cast
Absolutely not.
enlarge reduce on the sling and had someone to help you pull it back, you wouldn't be able to.
At that
Also,
point,
do you
that's
have
called
thaumaturgy or prestidigitation? Because
Oh
thaumaturgy
wait, yeah,
makes your
no,
voice
you're
go
right.
big.
You're right.
Okay.
No, I only have resignation. So true.
No cacaw.
There's definitely
Same
quite a
with-
few strong people here that could launch a thundermelon.
Oh man, actually, Tori, could you do it?
Yeah, I could use repel on it.
Okay. In that case, here we go.
It's
I'm
not
gonna-
a medium-sized object or creature, is it?
I fucking hope not. It's the size of a large dog or a small horse.
It's a watermelon. It's a small object. Tiny
Yeah.
object. No, it's a small, not tiny.
I'm gonna put it on this frozen column right here, just so it's like out in the open and we're ready. Be soft, but be ready.
Hang on. Where?
I was thinking like just right here, just like
Okay.
readily available, so where we could just Yeedo Delito that as needed. I don't need to like dig in my backpack.
Okay. One moment.
Um,
One watermelon coming up. Maybe.
You know, technically speaking, are we gonna have anybody going melee?
I don't know that we can. I mean,
I mean, it's definitely a terrible idea, but I do have this. Is what I mean. It's one of the like once a day runes I can use. Technically, I could go all out. I could use my other once a day rune, which creates a bonfire.
it's probably fine in the eye of the storm that he's in. If we could get someone in there, they could probably do melee stuff. However, getting there, I think, will be challenging.
Oh, hold on.
I think maybe if anybody is going to be doing melee, it's either going to be Orin or Jammin.
Okay, my question: who do you want me to make freaking nuts? Because I also have crazy war paint, and I can make somebody get like the rage from barbarian, and I can set their weapons on fire if you give me enough time. And guess what? We have enough time.
Heck yeah.
Don't give that to Jammin. He won't be able to use powers.
It'd be a little
Well,
funny. So, do you want to see really, really ripped Orin? I'm not saying that we're gonna bring out the bad Orin by doing this, but I'm literally gonna bring.
I
out
hope
the bad Orin by
not.
doing
Oh,
this.
Start
God.
putting on, like,
Actually, hey GM, that would be really cool if I just awaken murder Orin through this ritual.
You know.
Do you want to risk it? Because I kind of wanna.
For this ritual? Oh, this ritual. So what is this? Let me just read what you got here.
Yeah, so the top one is basically for an hour, their weapon glows and deals an extra d6 fire damage. It's like crazy firebrand. The one below that would be a little fireplace I set up on our back lines for 8 hours. It's probably going to get snuffed out immediately. It's just for comfort. And the last one, yeah, it doesn't do anything. It's just a comfort fire. And the last one, I give somebody a barbarian rage for a minute. And it would more or less be flavor and help reduce some incoming damage and give like a little bonus to like damage. The main thing is I would need to spend 2 of my turns as soon as the Prince of Frost and Darkness gets here. Like me and one other person would have to sit there for 2 rounds and then they'd get a rage for a minute, which would ideally be the fight, right? So it could be a really cool deciding factor, or it could be death.
I think all 3 of these have a place in this encounter.
Right?
The only reminder is the first one looks like it requires your concentration, but apart from that, I mean, fire's nice, you know.
True.
Having extra weapon damage and, you know, shining light and stuff. There's a whole lot that you don't know about this encounter that's gonna
make a difference.
it's all on the table. It's whatever you guys feel.
What are your votes, people?
I feel like
Shall I awaken Orin?
I feel like possibly like having the chance of awakening Oberon would be a terrible idea.
On the other end of the spectrum, it could be hilarious. No.
So I'm gonna give you a freebie on Orin, okay? He's got a finite number of seals on his body, right? And he's got about, if I recall, 21 seals on him left. If he uses magic past a certain level of power, I will have Echo make a roll. Depending on the level of that spell, will be how many seals fly off of this guy.
Ooh.
His fate is in your hands. You don't know how many spells come off.
That's so cool.
Oof.
Well, if you want to worry about him not casting spells, the effective way to do that is to make him barbarian rage.
That is true. He's got a point.
True.
He
and
also
honestly,
he can't throw his spear anymore, so
the spells that really affect him are the necromancy ones, right? Because that's the one that he can't access unless he's like doing some crazy stuff.
yep. Ideally, we won't need it.
Yeah.
Who's he in
Orin.
that sentence? Sorry. What about affect him? What do you mean, like, help me understand what
Like-
you're asking
like
me or
Orin.
telling me.
He can't access them unless he's burning seals.
That's correct.
Yeah. So hopefully we won't need any necromancy spells. Because we're all gonna live and feel healthy and well together. So we could barbarianize him and make sure that
Barbarianize. I love that.
yeah.
Very powerful wording.
Thank you. But I don't know. I just don't know if he'll be able to get into the eye of the storm, / if that's a good idea. Because again, he has like pieces of paper taped to his body that, if they fly off, will potentially cause
They're
great
spiritual
harm.
seals, though. You know, it's not like
listen.
they're physically.
Just wet pieces of paper, just
Yeah.
like super glued on there.
I mean, anytime he'd have like gone to the spa, he would.
This guy literally showered with you.
Bro is okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
What you thinking,
There's-
Echo? What's Echo thinking about about his man Orin?
Echo is concerned and has been this whole time, if I'm being honest. I think we should
For
definitely
intents
make sure
and purposes, he's your NPC.
Yeah,
Calcut's
I think-
Alu's NPC, and
Hell yeah. And she's casting. I'd love her to be on the front line. I'd cast on her, but she's busy.
Yeah. I mean, who else? You know, we can't have Jammin.
It's not something I need to even use necessarily. Also, I love this watermelon.
It's so cool.
It is very cool. That's why I'm saying we should do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Better than not doing it.
Put the rune on which rune?
I'm planning on doing the war paint on Orin. But the thing is, we have to wait those first 2 rounds of combat. I'm gonna be painting him up, so that way that minute would start as the Prince in Frost and Darkness is like here. So it's gonna be kind of sketchy.
You could probably time things in a way to where you could hold an action to finish the
Nice.
Like,
I
so
like
you
that.
could do the first action. Does it say consecutive? No, it doesn't.
Nope.
Nice.
So you could hold your
Alright.
action to finish the paint, and that would be that. That's how I envision it.
In that
Yeah.
case, what I'd want to do, I would want to be concentrate. Which I mean, I might drop this like immediately. I'd want to runic carve his spear to make it glowing. hopefully he can still stab people with the haft, even though he can't
It's a
throw
whip
it.
now.
Huh?
It's a whip.
It's what?
It's a whip.
Oh, he's got a whip?
So his spear broke. He took the handle,
Yeah.
and he was able to acquire a magical silk thread. And he took the tip of his spear, and he
That's
threaded it
subs-
on the.
that is substantially more terrifying. That's awful. All right, well, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make the front of this guy's whip just on fire. Wow, that's nuts. Okay.
The damage profile is different, but it's still a magic weapon.
Give him, you know what? Give him a D6 fire on that. I'm gonna put a nice little campfire at her back just to keep us all nice and warm, and I'll hold my action.
Nice.
Oh, to finish that war paint. That's what I'm readying. That's what I got, folks. I'm pulling out as many stops as I humanly can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, whenever it gets closer to whenever he's about to show up, like within a minute or two, Bori's gonna use iron on himself, and then he's gonna use intuition at
Nice.
third order and affect 4 people.
There actually is one more thing I can do. And I would totally spend a spell slot for
I hope
this.
you guys are noting these things.
Yep.
But let me make sure. I'm trying to make a short list because these are things that we'll not remember next session, or maybe we will. But Bori, you wanted to do what?
So iron within the last minute of Frosty Boy showing up, and then intuition at third order on 4 people. I'm gonna do it on what do we think? Jamming in the 3 of us, or
What is intuition?
D4 neg damage.
No, Orin, for 1. He's gonna be in melee.
All right, Orin, jamming.
Orin,
I promised I would put 1 on jamming.
You should probably put
Orin,
one on Amazol.
Jamin,
Amazol.
Anivazil,
That's just my vote.
and maybe Bori, and then Echo. You're gonna be in the back, ideally, as the ranger.
Yeah. With the range.
So not on
Yeah.
Echo.
Yeah, that would be my vote. And
Okay.
then I would definitely like to burn a spell slot to give myself this as he kind of gets closer.
So who's the 4th person? Orin, Jamin, Anvazal,
and Bori.
Bori. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry,
Luckily,
little one.
Echo has a set of plot armor that has not been tapped yet.
Let's keep it going.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Bori, what else did you do? You got intuition, you got iron, anything else?
Iron. And just those 2.
Okay.
Nice.
Echo.
I would like to, if I haven't already, in the time before the guy arrives, attune to that fancy orange crystal I have.
Ooh. Both of us. Ooh.
He's just a crystal girly. He's like talking to his crystal.
Oh
in his
no.
hand. Oh,
Don't
guys-
you say that to me. Get out of here.
Bro.
That's
Let's
just
see
who
if I
he is
can-
inside.
Pull up the chaos crystal. Do I have that labeled correctly?
Chaos control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of funny. Like, you don't realize that, like, you should name your stuff properly until you go to search for it, right?
Hmm.
In Roll20, like all the art that you upload, you can keyword search, but
Yeah.
I'm just curious if I have it handy.
He's becoming a crystal girly.
Just give me one moment.
I think it's also
Yeah.
like it gets embedded in his stomach, so he's literally just Steven Universe. That's just Echo's life now.
Yeah.
Good.
So Echo's crystal is actually quite special. Echo's crystal, after finding that scroll in the markets, is one of the 7 hateful shards of wasting, which are very rare, crystallized magic power when chaos is fought. And yeah, her crystal is pretty interesting, and Echo can absorb it into his stomach and use its powers.
Whoa! I do not like that. No.
I feel so hateful.
This is the crystal that you guys pulled from the chaos elemental in the bottom of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
If
That's
you guys remember.
yeah. Okay. All right, Echo.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah. Looked out
Alright.
at us for drinking the forbidden Kool-Aid. Sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, you guys found the instruction manual for this crystal, and you guys are using it now.
Oh, that's cool. Do it, Echo. Believe.
I'm attuning.
Cool. So
Crystal
as you
Billy.
attune to this, you can just feel
Dying over here.
you can feel yourself being drained by this crystal. And yeah, so you attune to it and you take the damage associated with attuning to this crystal.
Nice.
Putting it in
What
your
is the
stomach.
what does the damage say? Would you mind posting that for me so I can
Yeah.
look at the deets? I think I gave you the deets conveniently.
one
If not,
hit,
I can find
but-
them.
Let me go to my Google Docs.
I might have put it in a handout. That would be really easy if I did. I think I did, yes. Yeah, I got it here.
Feels really good to have time to prepare for once in our lives.
Here is the yellow
Okay.
chaos shard of hateful wasting.
Oh God.
Nice.
Alright, and when you attune to the shard, you take 1d12 psychic damage that can't be reduced by any means. Triggering the shard is an action. You can trigger it again for its next effect.
Nice.
And here's
Yep,
the rest of
so-
it if you needed it. So the real question is, how much damage are you going to take? And I'm going to roll a d12.
I guess we'll have to roll.
Are you ready?
Good thing I'm not too squishy. Yep. He goes
7.
"Hey,
Could've
that's
been
not
worse.
bad.
Could have been worse.
Ugh.
Could have been a fat 12. That would have
That's
been a little
good.
rough.
Would have been kind of funny, honestly.
That would have been
Yep.
kind of funny.
Lori, what stuff did you use?
So Bor used iron and intuition,
Nice.
and I'm on the fence on whether or not if I want to use my psychic boost or not to reduce my strain, because I have 4 strain now. I failed one check and then I met the other.
Or nor.
So for context, if I go below what the DC is, which was 3, the first one I got a 2, so I got 3 strain. The second one I got a 3, so I only take 1 strain. If I got above that, then I take none.
Interesting.
So I'm concentrating on 2 powers right now. Any power that I cast has a +2 to its check. It's DC.
Ooh.
So like if I cast a 3rd order power, I have to roll a 5 minimum or a 6. Otherwise I take fucking 3 strain. Yep.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe use that. Go all out.
I might save it for like a last ditch. Like I'm at the end. Like I need to reduce some. I think I might save it.
Okay.
But I do have advantage on 1, 2.
Just played spicy games.
I have advantage on 2 of my powers whenever I use them. Or no, I take the back. 3. Choke, repel, psychic grenade. Or we'll telekinetic burst, but
Nice. All right.
Storm's getting very close. It's getting very cold. It's been an hour since the last hour. I need another Constitution saving throw from everyone.
Hear me out. Can we huddle around the fire for advantage?
Now you're thinking.
Because I made this campfire for a reason. Thank you very much.
Yeah, yes, you did. And
Mm.
you think you even posted the deets for me too. It sounded like a pretty good.
It's
Oh,
if
oh,
you
yeah.
stand in
Oh,
it, you
yeah.
will take 2d6 fire damage. This is a pretty hot fire.
So, yeah, this
It will set you on fire. if
I'm
you're-
actually going to say that with your campfire that you've smartly put here, you guys can avoid making a check for this hour.
Oh,
Because you guys are smart enough to where we can just periodically warm up by the fire. It's available to you. You're not in combat. You guys know your positions. The only folk I'm going to say that might just have advantage on it is going to be your boys that have climbed up a couple mountains.
Yep.
So
there. Good luck.
you
Listen, man, we've done everything we can for them.
really have. It's not bad.
Like, we're doing our best. We gave them the most cover as we can. We're telling them, like, just try and stay alive. Just do your best. I can't wait. Whoa.
Ooh,
Yo.
Dude, that's-
Oh.
they're burly.
Yo.
GM, hear me out. Stop rolling. No.
I was only rolling one roll for all of them, so and they double nattied. I've never had a double natty save. That's really interesting.
That feels really cool.
In fact, they feel stronger. They're like, I love the wind.
Honestly,
Love the wind.
that feels really cool.
You know,
They've just got that "we're gonna die out here" resolve.
trees, when raised in a biodome without wind, tend to fall and fail because there's no resistance, and the tops get too big, and they've never encountered wind, so their roots aren't strong. So we're strengthening their roots.
They're definitely pretty feeling good. I'm gonna say they found a way to keep warm and avoid cold saving throws for the duration.
I'm gonna put this in memes and fan art, but real talk here, this is exactly what you were just saying, Sharpie. I know the wind is strong, but so are you. It's fucking windy, but so am I.
Yes, exactly.
Those little buddies. They're the windiest people alive.
Somebody call a parasail, but not for me.
Exactly. Oh, goodness.
Right, so let me write that down. Up high, hobby boys.
Apparently doing
Don't
fan-fucking-tastic.
need to make cold saving throws. Okay. You guys ready for the narrative entry of this of him?
Yeah.
Are you spaced out where you kind of want to be, and are your friends and family spaced out to where they kind of want to be?
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, I gotta be by Orin because I'm giving him sick face paint. Giving him a henna tattoo right now.
Sick face paint.
Have some kind of spacing on us. There's
Yeah.
Bori and
Ooh, this is a cool spot for the Frostbane guy. It's like right here.
I'm gonna be a little bit closer so that I could be in range to
Ooh,
at least try and hit him.
okay, Frostbane guy right here. The
Okay,
Dark
wait a
Blade needs to
second.
be with Bori.
what was that?
Dark Blade needs to be with Bori.
Oh yeah.
Ye old Shadow Master.
Where do I want to be?
Where does Jamin think he'd be most useful? Best utilized.
Yeah, Pride. I'm not telling him where to go.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm just in range so that if he shows up on the map, I can hit him.
Nice. All right. So this circle, Mogra and Calcut have been working out what runes they need to draw. And so they come to you, Bori requesting the Soul Stone, and Anvizal asking if you would like to look over the runes with them. That they're ready to start inscribing the runes into this stone.
Absolutely.
Yep. Boyer will toss the soul stone over to Annie as he goes up.
Sweet. So the runes from the book are a little different than the sealing runes that you used. Do you want to use just the runes in the book, or do you want to use some of the sealing runes as well? What's your approach on that?
I think the approach is we've had this much time to build upon the ancestors' work, and it came from somewhere. I'm gonna try and mix them, synthesize them together, make it even stronger, more durable. We must build upon the past.
Hark.
Hark! Eats a guy.
Yeah! Get him! Nope.
Yes.
We'll just put one there for now to symbolize
it's just old reliable, man. I use that for so many things.
I'm gonna have to clean this up and get one that is actually a PNG. So, and then what about your undead? Are you keeping them in your bag, Anvo?
Oh, actually, that's a good point. Shake, shake, shake.
What little buddies come out?
1, 2, and 3. I'm gonna put a green symbol. This guy's filled with acid.
Assy wassy.
Aww.
He gets to be here, away from us.
What are their... What do you tell them to do?
What do I tell them to do? I basically tell them to go hug him. Go hug him and grab his legs and tangle him up. Maybe get a good bite in there if you can. Literally just buy us time.
Give him a little hug.
And then I'm going to be holding this third guy back. So these two, their job is go hug him. I can't grab this one anymore. But I'd move him up. He's going to be the first one in.
I changed their stat block to zombie, so if I need to pull up their... It seems like...
Oh, cool. Sure.
Do we have a rune zombie on your
We do.
list?
Rune zombie. Oh, they're
If
not.
you use that one...
I can't control him.
What? Okay, I'll have to fix that.
Shadows are fine. Ghouls are clearly fine. Guests are no-go. Shrouds are...
So I'll make sure that you have the ability to control them somehow.
Okay.
We might have to check that. I'm not sure what's up, but...
Good enough, then. But basically, yeah, it's not
Secrets.
too bad. I'm going to have the acid-filled guy up first, because he's going to explode then. Probably instantly. Yes, you got it! And then I'm going to keep this one in the back, just as like a Hail Mary, like, get down, Mr. President.
Okay.
His job is going to be intercepting deadly strikes. And he can't complain, so...
Cool.
He's not strong enough to have free will. As I start raising more powerful undead, they do get more intelligent, and they can't hold grudges. So... But not this guy!
That's fancy.
Well, it's concerning more than fancy, but it is also fancy. I'll give them, like, real clothes and armor and stuff. They're cool.
This new model can decide whether he hates his life or not.
Well, it's not whether he decides if he hates his life. It's he decides how much he hates his life.
Oh, I see.
It do be like that.
Could be like
Um,
that sometimes.
Yeah. So the storm approaches, and the band starts playing.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The drums start going in rhythms of 6. Boom, 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 boom. 6 notes over and over. Boom, 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 boom. Terminator Rises. I'm just kidding.
Hey,
What's up,
wait!
Timmy? And you can hear the choir start, the priests start joining in song. And they're singing together, and it sounds like ancient hobgoblin. You're just kind of like, whoa, it's weird. Only the crazy sing in the old tongue, okay? They just keep drawing their runes, like, all right. But the same 6 notes, boom, 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 keep playing. And you hear the choir open up in ancient Calgully. Musi mumish shamel hum siwa jihad rakta haye dansisko taye iksat mare shikhundun ikdervas bum 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 muse move mish bum 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 shamahum, and it just keeps going, and they're just singing, and you can just see like they're beginning to start glowing. Bum 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 bum. The drums beat as the priests begin falling into a feverish chant as a storm approaches. The clouds are thick with snow and precipitation as these clouds roll over you. Is it steam? Is it mist? Is it cloud? It's hard to see, but visibility drops. And you can still see folks. And in this storm, you see the cyclone widening, coming towards you. You realize it's huge. It's got to be over 100 feet wide. And this cyclone, you can't see into it. There's so much spinning air and snow violently, quickly. Flashes of lightning are seen inside the cyclone as it begins to come closer.
Oh. Uh-oh.
And in the flashes of lightning, an outline is seen in the storm, high in the sky.
Oh.
And that's all, folks. Tune in to see how it goes. Next session.
Sounds very normal.
You see just the first hobgoblin that you posted there, just standing still, holding onto his spear as he disappears into the storm. And that's the last thing that you see. You lose visibility.
Dad, are we
on the
cooked?
sky.
Chat.
Who? You asking me?
No, chat, are we cooked?
Oh, chat, are we cooked?
Oh my goodness.
Boom, 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 boom. You got some homies singing in the back.
Nice. I love a good song.
If you feel like being spicy, ancient Khaldun is the language of Urdu. If you'd like to figure out what they were singing, might give you a clue about their message from their god.
Sure, they were singing things like, "We're gonna help kill the frost guy."
I'll never tell.
Oh goodness.
Well, who was I today? I was TwoHands. I was many things, many people. But an evil GM, never. Who was I playing
Very
with today?
benevolent.
Good evening, everyone. I go by Aludriea Luna, and I was playing Anvizul Air Lenore this evening. The Air Lenore to what is to come.
So true.
And I'm Joe. I played Bori Krios, the resident Shatterguy talent. Let us hope that we all live through this.
Yes. And I'm Sharkbait, and I was playing Echo. Who is still, I would like to mention, alive and healthy. So that is positive.
Very healthy, very normal.
Very normal. Yes.
Thanks, everyone. Auf Wiedersehen.
You
I'll